Member of Parliament. Kelly McCauley, Member of Parliament. Ziad Aboutif, Member of Parliament. Billy Morin, Conservative candidate. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our Grand March and our Grand Entry. We'll now, before you take your seats, we'll now continue to rise while Representative Sarah Wolf sings our anthem.
Born a people, a new nation rose up strong. Years of trials and tribulations placed us here where we belong. With the past as a motivation, all our dreams can be fulfilled. If we're true to our traditions, what a future we can build. We are proud to be Métis, watch our nation rise again. Never more forgotten people, we're the true Canadians. Long ago was born a people, a new nation rose up strong. Years of trials and tribulations placed us here where we belong. With the past as a motivation, all our dreams can be fulfilled. If we're true to our traditions, what a future we can build. We are proud to be Métis, watch our nation rise again. Never more forgotten people, we're the true Canadian. We are proud to be Métis, watch our nation rise again. Never more forgotten people, we're the true Canadian.
Thank you. Please remain standing for O Canada.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing. As is customary in all of our gatherings, we'll start off today's meeting with an opening prayer from our knowledge keeper, Ms. Norma Spicer.
Good morning. I would like to begin with a prayer for those who are still experiencing the aftermath of devastating wildfires. Heavenly Father, we pray for those who've been devastated by recent natural disasters. As heat and dry weather envelop our Métis communities, we offer our prayers for our families and friends who've been affected by the devastating fires currently burning throughout our land. Surround those who've been shaken by tragedy with a sense of your present love and hold them in faith. Though they are lost in grief, may they find you and be comforted. We pray for all those who are fighting the fires, emergency workers, support personnel, and anyone who's still in danger. We mourn the loss of so much of the flora and fauna in these areas. Help us to respond with generosity and prayer, in assistance, in aid to the best of our abilities. Keep our hearts focused on the needs of those affected, even after the crisis is over. Let me start with a message from Pope Francis. He called on political leaders to prioritize the poor, the unemployed, and the common good in his prayer intention for the month of August. He highlighted politics as a noble form of charity when it's dedicated to true service. Heavenly Father, we offer our prayer of gratitude for our Otipemisiwak Métis government, our past and present leadership, our elected officials, and all those who commit their time and energy in service to our Métis people. We look forward to hearing from our politicians and their staff on the work in progress as they develop our governance structures, updates on the programs and services they provide our citizens, and the next steps they will be undertaken over the coming months. We ask for your blessings, dear Lord, and that you would give us great vision and enthusiasm as we engage in discussions that will shape our collective future. May our discussions also be marked by grace and patience and a spirit of collaboration. Open our ears so that we may hear your voice. Open our minds so that we may receive your eternal wisdom. Open our spirits so that we may know you are leading and guiding us. May our efforts yield fruitful outcomes and contribute to the growth and prosperity of our Métis people. And may we emerge from our two-day gathering with a clear sense of direction and purpose as we adapt to our new governance structure while staying true to our Métis values and traditions. We offer this prayer in humility and gratitude for all that you do for our people. Let us place our trust in you now and forever. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Thank you, Norma. That was beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We are the people that own ourselves. Today is the first day of the inaugural meeting of the Otipemisiwak Métis Government Citizens Gathering. It is also intended to carry on the traditions of our General Assemblies of the past in which we gathered. This would be the 96th time, and we can't forget that. The opening ceremonies are not over. We do have some greetings. The Métis National Council President Cassidy Caron will be giving some remarks tomorrow. So we'll get right into some virtual greetings from the President of the Métis Nation of Ontario, Margaret Fro.
The leadership and citizens of the Métis Nation of Ontario as you gather for the Otipemisiwak Métis Government's first annual Citizens Gathering. While this may be your first annual Citizens Gathering, we recognize the 95 consecutive years of Métis assemblies and governance that your new Métis government is built upon, and that long and strong tradition of Métis gathering to renew relationships, to share knowledge, to engage in vigorous debate, and to make decisions on behalf of the people. Were it not for the fact that MNO's own annual assembly was taking place this very same weekend, I'd be with you in person, joining you in celebrating this first annual Citizens Gathering and the amazing work that your leadership have done in standing up the new Otipemisiwak Métis government. It's been wonderful to see the progress that you've made from your first women's gathering to Métis Cup to the official launch of Soleil Présent. As my parents would say, your Métis government is cooking with gas. This past year has also been a very challenging one for us all. And I want to take this moment to say that we join you in your call for justice for the Sansom and Cardinal families. And when it comes to our work to address our rights, it's clear that the advances that we've made in recognition of Métis rights, including our rights of self-determination and self-government, have resulted in pushback, in ignorance and opposition from some who seek to hold us back. But as Métis, we are certainly not afraid of hard work, and so we persevere. We do our work to educate others and to advocate on behalf of our communities as our ancestors did. I want to acknowledge the extreme weather-related challenges that your communities have been experiencing with wildfires and hailstorms this summer. It's been shocking to see the devastation and the loss. On behalf of all of us at the Métis Nation of Ontario, know that we are thinking of you and keeping you in our thoughts and prayers. As you gather this weekend, I hope that you find some respite from those stressors, that you reconnect with family and friends, that you do the important work that you need to do to move the nation forward, and that you spend time truly celebrating the incredible accomplishments of the Otipemisiwak Métis government. Congratulations, President Sandmeyer, to you and your council, to your strong Métis public service who serve your communities so well, and to all of your leaders and citizens who have gathered. And best wishes from all of us in the Métis Nation of Ontario for a wonderful and successful first annual Citizens Gathering. Merci.
If we could queue up the next virtual message, please.
Tachi, hello, bonjour. I'm honored to send my greetings to the Otipemisiwak Métis government and its citizens. Thank you to President Sandmeyer and your elected board for inviting me to do so. I wish I could be with you all at the first Citizens Gathering in Edmonton this year. As Alberta combats the wildfires that have devastated communities, I'm thankful to all those fighting to keep everyone in your beautiful homeland safe. Events like the Citizens Gathering are special opportunities to reflect on accomplishments and establish upcoming priorities. Over the past year, your Métis government has been dedicated to advancing your vision of self-determination and a better future for next generations. This includes moving forward on key priorities of self-government, promoting reconciliation, closing socioeconomic gaps, and ensuring access to safe and affordable housing. Your hard work is paying off with programs such as the subsidized affordable and senior housing programs. The Soleil Présent solar farm is also a great achievement in community collaboration. It is integral to the MNA Climate Change Action Plan and provides energy and power to nearly 1,200 homes. These are all great examples of how your Métis government is supporting Métis for generations to come. I deeply value our government-to-government relationship with your Métis government and fully understand there's more work to do. As we chart a renewed path together, I look forward to continuing working closely with you to implement your vision for self-determination, co-develop shared solutions that promote reconciliation and advance our collaborative efforts on your Métis government's priorities. Your perseverance and vision is truly inspiring. I wish you all the very best for a successful assembly. Merci, thank you, merci. Tachi, hello, bonjour.
Otipemisiwak. If you could queue up the next virtual message, please.
Today's program. I'm sorry I can't attend in person with you today. However, it is my pleasure to bring greetings on behalf of the Government of Alberta. Alberta is proud to be home to more than 127,000 Métis people whose vision, talent, and culture enrich our province greatly. And this number keeps growing. The Métis have a strong and proud legacy in Alberta, rooted in resilience and an unwavering commitment to build a better life. The MNA, under the newly elected President Sandmeyer, works diligently to deliver a wide variety of programs, including connecting job seekers to employers and helping Métis people access children and family services, housing programs, and healthcare. Your organization remains committed, advocate, and a strong voice in advancing the Métis way of life. Thank you for all your contributions today and over the last 96 years. And to the many staff and volunteers who have worked so hard to make this forum happen. Today's gathering allows us to come together and chart new paths in our work together. It's also an opportunity to honor your culture and traditions and celebrate your accomplishments. I wish you all a most productive and celebratory couple of days. Congratulations on your inaugural Citizens Gathering. Thank you so much.
All right, and we have one more virtual message.
On behalf of City of Edmonton, I would like to welcome all members of the Otipemisiwak Métis government to your inaugural annual Citizens Gathering. Edmonton is proud to be home of the provincial headquarters of the Otipemisiwak Métis government, as well as the Fort Edmonton and Edmonton Whitemud Métis district. We remain committed to a 2013 Memorandum of Understanding that guides our government's work together on issues of mutual interest like housing, as well as the promotion of culture through the annual Métis Week celebrations. Edmonton's history and future are enriched by the music, songs, dancing, language, stories, and contributions of the Métis people. I look forward to witnessing the growth of the Otipemisiwak Métis government as it continues to build a foundation for future generations. I'm also so proud that we were able to have an agreement with Métis Nation and the Housing Corporation to build the first Indigenous housing project in the City of Edmonton. Thank you so much and wish you all the best.
All right, that makes that our last virtual welcome, and I think one of the people we've all been waiting to hear from. Up next, we have our president, Andrea Sanmar. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Andrea to the stage.
Aaron's very tall. Good morning, everyone. Tanse. And thank you all so much for being here today. I want to take a minute before I start my opening remarks to take a moment of silence for Fred Auger from Slave Lake. He passed on January 19th, 2024, and a lot of people here knew him, and he was a strong supporter of the Métis Nation of Alberta and would attend all of our assemblies in the past. So if we could please take a moment of silence for Fred, if you could please stand. Thank you all so much. I am extremely honored to be standing here before you today as we gather to reaffirm our unity, our strength, and our commitment to the future of our Otipemisiwak Métis government, and to celebrate not only the first citizens gathering under our new government, but also to celebrate that this year marks the 96th year of coming together as a nation. I also want to thank Elder Norma Spicer for her prayer. It's always a great thing for us to ground ourselves before we go into our gatherings, our meetings, and we're very thankful for all of our elders and knowledge keepers that do this for us at all of our events and meetings. Many years ago, our ancestors came together and started weaving a sash. The first threads woven reflected their hopes and dreams for our nation, including their determination to be recognized as rights-bearing people. They continued to weave these threads throughout their lives until they passed the loom on to the next generation. As each generation added to the sash, it began to grow, with threads telling the story of where we come from, as well as where we're going. It is in that spirit that the theme of this year's Citizens Gathering is weaving the threads of self-government. As our ancestors did, over the next 2 days, each of you will have the opportunity to participate in a live sash weaving being carried out by Métis artist Anna Ross. This sash of self-governance will reflect everyone gathered here today and tomorrow. Every citizen who registered for this year's Citizens Gathering will be represented in it as a thread, and it will serve as a physical and permanent reminder that we are stronger when we come together. I want to speak to those who have been affected by the wildfires currently happening in our province. These fires have devastated communities and stolen homes. Our government is ready and willing to support those who have faced this unimaginable hardship. If you find yourself needing assistance, please email wildfires@métis.org. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank our Métis veterans and other service members that are here today. We owe you a debt of gratitude for your sacrifice and your commitment to protecting our freedoms and serving our communities. Thank you all so much. I want to acknowledge and thank a number of special guests for taking the time to be here this weekend. MLA Nathan Ip, MLA, and I'm sorry if I mess up the names, MLA Rod Leola, the Honorable Marlon Schmidt, the Honorable Lori Sigurdson, MP Blake Desjardins, MP Kelly McCulley, MP Zayed Ablatif, and former Chief of Enoch Cree Nation, Billy Morin. I have to give a special thank you to our former president, Audrey Putra, for joining us here this weekend. Former President Putra served the Métis Nation within Alberta with dignity and grace, and we would not be here where we are today without her leadership. On behalf of everyone here, thank you, Audrey, for your service to the Métis Nation. I also want to quickly thank Métis Nation of Ontario President Margaret Froh for her video greetings. We have also received, and you've seen them already, from Minister Gary Andasangari, Mayor Amarjeet Sohi, and Minister Rick Wilson. Recently, there's been a lot happening around us. The shifting of dynamics within the Métis National Council and the uncertainty with Bill C-53 have created a whirlwind of activity and concern. I want you to know that we are aware and attentive to these issues, and we are working hard to move forward together. My campaign tagline, Moving Forward Together, has recently left me with some time to reflect on the meaning and the importance of that. You elected me under that promise to work to keep all of us united under our new government. And now, almost 1 year later, I think it's more important than ever. Unity has always been the cornerstone of our strength. I'm often reminded of the stories of resilience that filled our shared history. We know our history, we know our stories, and we know that the only reason why we are here today is because of the united resistance and the solidarity amongst our ancestors. And that is the spirit that will guide us through the current challenges we face and into the future that is filled with promise. I know that there has been frustrations around the transition, and I want to ask for your continued patience as we continue to build our new governance structure. Many of you are probably tired of hearing me say this, and I understand that frustration. I would have loved for us to all have woke up on September 19th with everything ready to go, but the reality is we are learning and growing and moving forward. We are committed to doing this in the best possible way for all of our citizens. Unfortunately, this process requires time. Currently, our district councils aren't fully operational, and there are elements of our Constitution that are still under development. These things take time to build correctly. We are constructing a government, building a nation, and with that comes challenges, hurdles, and a few speed bumps. But we are determined to get it done. By the end of this year, we aim to have 11 districts up and running. Currently, we have 5 district captains ready and poised for council elections, and we have 6 more districts that should be operational by fall. And while we work to get all of these districts operational, please always feel free to reach out to your citizens' representatives who are ready and willing and eager to serve you. Building a government is no small feat. In fact, it has been over 200 years in the making. We are, in many ways, building the plane while flying it. This is uncharted territory for us. We are committed to doing it right the first time, rather than rushing and having to redo it later. And while we have encountered roadblocks and have had to regroup and rethink our strategies, these are the lessons we are learning as we go, and each one of us brings us closer to our goal. Our objective is clear: to build a government, a nation for our citizens, and one that stands the test of time. We have already achieved significant milestones this year. The opening of Soleil Présent Solar Farm marks a new chapter in our commitment to sustainable energy. Our work on a recovery continuum to pave the way for holistic wellness within our communities. The Early Learning and Child Care Center we are opening in Edmonton will provide critical support for our youngest citizens and their families. Our recent announcement about the Seniors Lodge reflects our dedication to caring for our elders. The Family Reunification Program is a vital step in healing and strengthening our families. And later today, in partnership with Minister Dan Williams, you will hear about an important partnership between Alberta and our government that will support citizens who are struggling with substance abuse. And there is more good news on the way, and these accomplishments are just the beginning. They embody the hope we hold for our future, for our grandchildren, for our great-grandchildren. We are not just building for today, we're building a legacy. Our Otipemisiwak Métis government will endure, just as the MNA did for 96 years. My hope is that 96 years from now, our descendants will look back and celebrate the foundations we are laying today. Our journey is far from over. There will be more challenges ahead, but with each step, we grow stronger. Before I conclude, I want to just give a high-level overview of the departments that I hold in my mandate. Each of these departments will be discussed in detail later today and tomorrow during the department updates, along with the departments held in the mandates of the other citizens' representatives. First, the Self-Government Department is leading our efforts to establish a nation-to-nation, government-to-government agreement with the Crown. This agreement, protected by Canada's Constitution, will guide our future relationships with Canada and other governments. Next, the Consultation Department is focused on building and maintaining relationships with industry, government, internal stakeholders, and other parties. Their work supports and advances meaningful Crown consultation and accommodation with the Otipemisiwak Métis government through its designated self-government structures. The Intergovernmental Relations Department works tirelessly to establish and maintain positive nation-to-nation relationships with other governments across Canada. Their efforts ensure that our voice and concerns are heard and respected at all levels. Lastly, the Justice Department is committed to securing sustainable long-term funding to develop and maintain programs. They are responsible for supporting the development of an Otipemisiwak Métis government's justice strategy, which addresses systematic racism, barriers, and the unique challenges faced by Métis citizens across the justice system. These and all other departments in the Otipemisiwak Métis government are integral to our progress and the realization of our vision. Each one demonstrates our commitment to building a strong, inclusive, and sustainable government for Métis in Alberta. Before I wrap up, actually, I'm going to pause here because President Karen's going to be here tomorrow and we wrote this for today. I'll pause that and say that tomorrow. I'm deeply grateful for your support, your patience, and the deep respect for all of you. I'm deeply grateful, and for your belief in our vision. Together we are making history. Together we are building a future that honors our past and embraces the promise of tomorrow. Thank you and merci. I would now like to invite Garrett Tomlinson, who was appointed by the Citizens Council as chair of the Otipemisiwak Métis government in the fall of 2023. As chair, Garrett is responsible for presiding over all council meetings as well as our citizens gathering. Please join me in welcoming Garrett to the stage.
Morning, everybody. Before I get started and go through the walkthrough of the day, I'm going to take a couple of orders of business. If you have a red Honda Civic, plate number EEK693, your lights are on. With that, I think Madam President tells me that we can release our veterans and our anthem singer, so we'll give them a minute to organize themselves as well. So thank you, Madam President, for the introduction. Also to our knowledge keeper, Norma Spicer, for the beautiful blessing that started our day in such a positive way this morning. We couldn't do what we do without the work of our knowledge keepers and our elders, so please join me in thanking our knowledge keeper, Norma, again. As President Steinmeier mentioned, my name is Garrett Tomlinson. It's been my great honor to have been appointed by the Citizens Council as the first chair of the Otipemisiwak Métis government. Before I get started talking about the days ahead of us and the information-packed agendas that you can see on your table, I want to welcome to this inaugural Citizens Gathering and thank you all for being here today. This is a historic moment for the Métis Nation within Alberta, as it is the first Citizens Gathering held under our newly ratified Constitution. But it's critical that we recognize the history and work that got us here. For 95 years, the Métis in Alberta have come together in annual General Assemblies to discuss, debate, and decide on matters that shape our future. Today, we continue that proud tradition, but with a new citizen-driven format that reflects the evolving needs and aspirations of our community as embodied in our Constitution and our laws. In the past, much of our time was spent navigating procedural matters and practices that were rooted in colonial systems of governance. How many of us have heard or have lasting trauma from hearing statements like, "Point of order, Mr. Chair," or "Let's go to a secret ballot"? I've been coming to Assembly since I was a teenager, and I can tell you that I certainly have some of that lasting trauma. Today, we turn the page on that chapter and embrace a new approach, one that focuses on delivering meaningful information from your Métis government, and more importantly, on providing each of you with the opportunity to ask questions, share your insights, and have your voices heard. This gathering is about you, our nation's citizens. It's a space where your concerns, ideas, and feedback are not only welcome, but essential to the governance of our nation. As chair, I will be impartial and committed to the processes that you, the citizens, worked so hard to see embedded in our Constitution. Despite that impartiality, it is inherent with my role, despite the impartiality that is inherent with my role, I can tell you that for nearly 11 hours yesterday, all of your elected officials were just across the hall, passionately doing the work that you've elected them to do. So I know that your government, from the elected officials to the administration, are all committed to you. They're all here to listen, to engage, and to work together to build a future that honors our past and meets the needs of our people today and for generations to come. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge and introduce some of the amazing individuals who will be assisting in today's proceedings. The chair designate is Maren Jensen Joyce, and I'll invite her to come take her place on the stage. She'll be assisting occasionally, assuming the role of the chair throughout the gathering, particularly during times where I have to put on my Senior Director of Self-Government hat and deliver reports on behalf of the department, for example. Maren's been with the MNA since she was a summer student in 2018 and quickly rose through the ranks of the consultation department, becoming a manager. She's now a manager within the Self-Government Department, leading the Policy and Governance Unit. Please welcome Chair Designate Maren Jensen Joyce. What kind of gathering would it be without our esteemed recording secretary extraordinaire, Joanne Gunville? She'll be at the front taking minutes and maintaining the official record of our Citizens Gathering. Please welcome Joanne Gunville. Alongside Joanne, you'll find the Acting Clerk of Council and Self-Government Coordinator, Dakota Bailey, along with Lindsay Henderson, Clerk of the Judicial Branch. They'll be here at the front for the duration of the proceedings and will be able to assist any of you who might need it, whether that be answering procedural questions, helping you with venue or agenda information, and they can even provide you with support to help you draft or clarify your citizens' proposals, or offer you a form that can guide the format so you can collect your thoughts about them in advance of tomorrow's session about citizens' proposals. Again, please welcome Dakota and Lindsay. It's the presence and support of all of these people that will ensure that this gathering runs smoothly and that every citizen has the tools they need to participate fully. In addition to those administrative supports, I'd like to take a moment to introduce the Sergeant-at-Arms for this year's gathering, Constable Derek Campbell. Constable Derek Campbell at the front, who's just risen, is an active member of the Calgary Police Service for over 25 years. He's currently on secondment to the Government of Alberta in the Hate Crimes Coordination Unit. You'll find Derek in the room at the front, sitting at table number 9-ish. He's over there. You'll find him over there. Feel free to introduce yourselves and make him feel welcome. As you all know, and as I'll discuss in some detail in a minute, the Sergeant-at-Arms serves to maintain order and decorum within our meeting spaces, as may be required from time to time. Once again, I thank you all for being here and for your ongoing commitment to our Métis Nation. Again, particularly the commitment of our elders, our knowledge keepers, and our veterans for all the work they've done in building and maintaining our strength and connection as a people. I know with their support in the room, we'll be well positioned to move forward with respect for our traditions and a shared vision for our future. So with that in mind, And before we call the meeting to order, I'm going to talk a bit about the form and function of the next few days and what can be expected during the 2024 Citizens Gathering. Generally, I'll talk about the purpose and responsibilities of the Citizens Gathering as set out in our Constitution. I'll go over some of the key differences between the previous Annual General Assembly format versus the Citizens Gathering format. I'll walk through the Citizens Gathering rules of procedure, which will govern our proceedings, and copies of which can also be found on your tables should you need to refer to them at any point over the weekend. Finally, I'll go over the elements of citizen participation, which is really the intended purpose in our Constitution and the key focus of our Citizens Gathering. The Citizens Gathering is more than just a corporate annual general meeting. Our Constitution identifies the gathering as one of the 4 integral branches of the Otipemisiwak Métis government. It is required to be convened annually each summer by the Citizens Council and serves as a political space where citizens can hold government accountable, table proposals, and provide their views on the future direction of this government. The Constitution sets out in detail the purpose of the gathering in Section 14.1. It requires that the gathering be a forum for citizens to receive key reports from the government, and in particular from our President, the Citizens Council, institutions, and affiliates. Over the next 2 days, you'll hear reports on the operational aspects of your government, its finances, and other matters of importance to the nation and you, the citizens. You'll be provided with plenty of opportunities to ask questions after every report and share your views about what you've heard. On Saturday, time is dedicated to allow citizens to table proposals to Citizens Council, which I'll talk a bit more about shortly. In the future, this will also be the forum where you'll be able to learn about, engage, and share your views on any proposed modern-day treaty that may be entered into with the Government of Canada. The Self-Government Act, which was developed and passed by the Otipemisiwak Métis government after consultation with citizens across the province. The Act fulfills a requirement in our Constitution that compels our government to maintain a law addressing the operations of the Citizens Gathering. It affirms the purpose of the gathering found in the Constitution and sets out procedures and decision-making requirements for the proceedings, such as notice, quorum, participation, rules of procedure, and more. The Self-Government Act requires Citizens Council to adopt a set of rules of procedure for the Citizens Gathering, which are subject to the conditions set out by the Constitution and the Act. Council developed the Citizens Gathering Rules of Procedure document that is found on your tables, and it was adopted by resolution earlier this summer. In addition to the Constitution the Self-Government Act and the Rules of Procedure, the bylaws of the Métis Nation of Alberta Association, which were amended in 2023, also affirm the requirements for the conduct of the Citizens Gathering by giving effect to our Constitution and laws as the governing documents for the Society in accordance with the Alberta Societies Act. So what does that mean in practice? Well, some of the key elements that many of us will be familiar with from previous AGAs will look a little different, and some may be absent entirely. For example, in past AGAs, a significant amount of time and energy at times could be expended on the process of electing a chair and vice chair from the floor. In some cases, this seemingly simple task required multiple votes, secret ballots, and gave rise to heated arguments. And that was before the meeting even got started. Citizens gave feedback during the development of the Constitution and set out a different path. Under our new structure, the chair is appointed by Citizens Council for a 4-year term, and they must impartially preside over both Citizens Council and the Citizens Gathering. This ensures continuity and stability in decision-making and allows the business of the gathering to be focused on matters that are of meaningful importance to the citizens. In years past, the Sergeant-at-Arms was also nominated and elected from the floor during the Assembly. Now, the appointment of the Sergeant-at-Arms is one of the responsibilities of the chair. As I mentioned earlier, Constable Derek Campbell has been appointed to serve in this capacity. In the past, a resolutions committee existed to accept and review special resolutions which may be put forward to the Assembly in accordance with the rules set out in the bylaws. Under the Self-Government Act, the chair must fulfill the function previously served by the Resolutions Committee. This change only impacts who is responsible for reviewing the special resolutions for technical compliance with the bylaws, but not the outcome of decisions. Properly tabled special resolutions which are in order and compliant with the rules set out in the bylaws will continue to be voted on by citizens present at gatherings. One of the biggest changes between the previous format of the AGAs and the Citizens Gathering format will be the reports. In the past, AGAs only heard reports from the President and the executive officers, that is the Vice President, Secretary, and Treasurer, in addition to departmental information. In Citizens Gatherings, you'll receive reports from every element of your government. This will include the President, Citizens Council, affiliates or institutions, the Auditor General, Secretary of the Treasury, the Ombudsman, the Chief Electoral Officer, the Secretary of Records, as well as reports from Cabinet portfolio holders and the departments associated with their mandates. Trust me when I say this is going to be no easy feat to fit this much information into the next 2 days, especially while we make sure that there's time for your questions and your comments. I promise you I will do my best to make it all happen, and I hope that you'll be patient with me and with everyone in the room as we work through it together for the first time. I've talked a bit about what the chair is responsible for. I'm going to cover it in a few more points in detail. In short, the chair is obligated to preside over all meetings of citizens gathering and is responsible for maintaining order and adherence to the rules of procedure. But there are conditions on that. In carrying out those duties, I'm obligated to remain neutral and impartial, ensure that quorum is present, and ensure that matters are dealt with in an efficient manner. In order to get through the volume of presentations before us, efficiency will indeed be the order of the day. I'm obligated to make the sole decisions on questions of order, practice, and procedure of the citizens gathering, particularly should a question arise that is not addressed in our legislation or in the rules of procedure. So let's talk about the rules of procedure that we'll be following for the next 2 days. As I mentioned earlier, in accordance with Section 12 of the Self-Government Act, the Citizens Council must adopt rules governing the proceeding of the citizens gathering, and those rules are subject to the Constitution and the Act. The current rules of procedure were adopted by this Council in June of 2024. The rules of procedure confirm the authorities of the chair that are found in the Self-Government Act, which allow the chair to exercise discretion on procedural questions or rules where legislation is silent. The rules of procedure are standing rules, which are in effect not only for this citizens gathering, but for all citizens gatherings, unless they are rescinded, amended, or replaced by council. The rules for citizen participation are pretty straightforward. All citizens have the right to attend, participate, and speak at the citizens gathering, and non-citizens may participate at the discretion of the chair. You can participate in the gathering just by being here. If you're a citizen, please make sure you've registered. You can ask questions or offer your insights during the question periods that will follow each presentation, or you can bring forward citizens' proposals during the proposal session on Saturday afternoon. If you're a citizen and you've registered, you can and should vote on the motions that will be presented over the next few days. However, under the new format, there will be considerably less procedural motions brought forward and a focus on motions about things that matter to citizens. There is no proxy or virtual voting at citizens gathering. You must be present and registered to vote. The gathering will, however, be live streamed for citizens who are unable to attend in person. The rules of procedure set out requirements of decorum and for conduct for anyone present at the citizens gathering. These rules are intended to protect everyone in attendance, whether they be a citizen, non-citizen, officer, staff member, or elected official or guest of the Otipemisiwak Métis government. Basically, the rule is be kind. Display respect and consideration towards all citizens, elected officials, administration, or anyone else who may be in attendance, both with your words and with your actions. Refrain from engaging in personal attacks against your fellow citizens. If there's a rule about it, follow it. When you're at the mic to offer your insights, in the interests of efficiency and to ensure wide participation, I'll ask that you limit your speaking contributions to 2 interventions per person on a specific topic. Each presentation over the next 2 days on average will take between 10 to 15 minutes. After that, I will open the floor to questions and comments for 5 to 10 minutes, depending on the allocated amount of time remaining for that presentation topic. It is not my intention to cut anyone off, I promise. But once we reach the limit of time for that subject area, I will close the question period and move on to the next presentation. If you find yourself with a question or comment that you didn't get a chance to raise, you'll have another opportunity to do so during the Citizens Proposal section on Saturday afternoon, or you can take the opportunity to connect with your elected official or the department director directly while they're here in the room. I'll just ask that if there is a conversation during the proceedings, please take it outside of the room so as not to disturb others. The rules also cover conduct that is non-negotiable and which will not be tolerated. This includes personal attacks, physical or verbal abuse, or threats of the same directed towards any other person in this room, whether it be another citizen, staff member, elected official, officer, or guest of our government. Be kind, don't do it. Don't interrupt or disrupt a speaker without proper justification. If there's a fire, or someone is in medical distress, or there's an alien invasion, please interrupt me. Make me aware. But if you just disagree with someone I or anyone else on the stage is saying, and you want to ask how I made it out of my house without a helmet, you should probably wait until the appropriate question period and until I call upon you. While the gathering is a political space for you to engage with your government, you may not engage in political messaging. There is no campaigning here. There shall be no banners, signs, posters on behalf of any candidate in any election. There shall be no alcohol permitted in citizens' gatherings. Weapons of any kind, guns, knives, grenades, rocket launchers are a no-go. You don't need your hunting knife in here. The animals for lunch have already been skinned. If you require an exception for religious or cultural reasons, you must present yourself to the Sergeant at Arms at the front of the room, who will work with me to make a determination based on our discretion. These are all hard stop rules that exist for everyone's safety. In the event these particular rules are violated, the result will be expulsion from the gathering, which will be affected by the Sergeant at Arms. I'll briefly talk about the decision making within the gathering. Every motion that is properly tabled and accepted by the chair at a gathering will be decided by ordinary resolution unless specifically directed otherwise by the Constitution or our laws. That just means that every vote will be decided by 50% plus one of the votes cast. For the purposes of the citizens' gathering over the next 2 days, there should really only need to be 3 types of motions brought forward. The first will be a motion to adopt the agenda. The second will be a motion to approve the minutes of the 95th Annual General Assembly. The third type of motion would be any motion to consider a citizen's proposal to the Citizens' Council. At the end of it all, provided we've made it through the agenda and there is no remaining business to be attended to, I'll be looking for a motion to adjourn, and it won't require a vote. In order to introduce a motion or vote, of course, you must be a citizen, you must be registered with the registry desk and have received a wristband, and you must be present in this room. When it comes time to vote on a motion, each citizen is entitled to 1 vote per resolution. In order for resolutions or motions to be tabled, we must have quorum established and confirmation by the Secretary of Citizenship and Registry. For our purposes today, quorum is 100 eligible citizens registered and present. As I mentioned, there is no voting by proxy. In the event of a tie, the resolution fails. A recount of a vote will only be undertaken if requested through an ordinary resolution which passes, or in the event the chair deems it a recount necessary. The preferred method of voting during the gathering will be by show of hands. Simply put, it's the most efficient method of decision-making we can hope to achieve in a room this size. Once I call a vote on a resolution, I will decide the result by visually assessing the number of hands raised in favor of the question against the number of hands raised in opposition to the question. If I cannot make a clear determination of the result from a visual assessment, I will call upon the Chief Electoral Officer to conduct a precise tally of the votes with the help of his established team of counters. A secret ballot vote may be called in 2 ways. The first would be if an ordinary resolution calling for a secret ballot were introduced and passed immediately after the conclusion of a vote by show of hands. The second would be if there were some reason that the chair deemed necessary that a vote be undertaken by secret ballot to ensure a fair and unbiased vote. I don't anticipate any contentious motions that would require this weekend. While this is all going on, as I mentioned earlier, the Secretary of Records has made sure that we have an effective recording secretary who's recording all of the proceedings, including the motions introduced and the results of any votes taken, and a record of any reports presented. Within 30 days of the close of a gathering, those records shall be made public and posted to the Registry of Laws, which can be found on the Otipemisiwak Métis government website. Okay, I promise we're getting to the fun stuff. I'm working on it. Let's talk a bit about citizen participation. To facilitate active citizen participation in the gathering and the work of your government, every report presented to the gathering will be presented verbally. That means a summary of every written report in the annual report, the financial statements, the Chief Electoral Officer's report, and others you may have received copies of will be spoken to and presented from this stage. After each presentation, I will open the floor for a question and answer period for as much time as is remaining from the time allocated to that subject area. To ensure as many people as possible can participate, I ask that you try to be concise and pose only 1 question at a time. If there are no other speakers waiting, you'll be able to ask additional questions as time permits. On Saturday afternoon, a designated time has been set aside to allow for citizens' proposals to be tabled. The proposed time for this session is 3:45 to 4:45 tomorrow afternoon. So what is a citizen's proposal? A citizen's proposal is a proposal that a citizen would like to make to the Citizens' Council to address a specific issue or topic relevant to the Métis community. Proposals must be tabled verbally during the gathering, and they must have the support of 50% plus 1 votes cast on the question of the proposal. If the resolution in support of a proposal passes, the proposal is then forwarded to Citizens' Council for review and response. If you wish to present a proposal, it should clearly explain the suggestion, idea, or recommendation you wish Council to consider. It should offer a recommended action or solution to the problem identified. Citizens' proposals will be deemed by the chair to be out of order for a variety of reasons. Reasons a proposal might be deemed out of order include, but aren't limited to, instances where a proposal would directly implement new legislation for the Otipemisiwak Métis government or alter an existing law. Other reasons include a proposal that purports to be binding on the government, overrule the legislative authority of Citizens' Council, or direct the administration or officers of the government. To adopt a citizen's proposal and see it advanced to Citizens' Council is a fairly straightforward process. The proposal, again, is introduced verbally at the microphone during the citizen's proposal session. If the chair deems the proposal valid and in order, it will be put to a vote on the floor. It must have 50% plus one votes of support. If the resolution is carried, the proposal is deemed adopted by the citizens' gathering and will be advanced to the council by the Secretary of Records. Citizens' Council is compelled to submit a report of any actions taken regarding proposals adopted at the citizens' gathering no later than 21 days before the next citizens' gathering is held. So council will consider the proposal and either direct administration to act on the proposal, or they will be required to provide a report in response to the next gathering and those of you who are assembled, indicating why they could not or did not act on the adopted proposal. Finally, I'll briefly talk about special resolutions. The corporate arm of the Otipemisiwak Métis government continues to be the Métis Nation of Alberta, which is incorporated as a society under the Societies Act. As such, members of the society are able to make special resolutions which have the effect of changing society bylaws in certain conditions. Special resolutions require 75% of votes cast to pass, and they must be submitted to the chair in advance of the citizens' gathering to facilitate the required 21-day notice of the resolution's content to be provided to members. The deadline for submission of notices of special resolutions for this citizens' gathering closed at 3 p.m. on July 25th, 2024. At that time, no notices were received, and as such, there will be no special resolutions tabled at this year's citizens' gathering. I want to thank you all for sticking with me through this long while I talked through all of that. I know it's a lot of information, it's early in the morning, and it was probably delivered a bit like a shotgun blast. But I wanted to make sure we had an opportunity to walk through it together before we got started, in the hope of alleviating any confusion or questions that people may have. 95 years of doing something one way is an awfully long time. So there will probably be some pinch points, there will be some old habits that get repeated, and some missteps along the way. But this is how you make history. You build it from the ground up, and sometimes it gets messy while you're doing it. I think if we stick together, though, and we all pull in the same direction, we're going to build a Métis government that our great-grandkids are going to be pretty damn proud to be a part of. So, what do you say we get started? I have a few procedural things to do. I have 10:04 a.m. I'm going to call for the Secretary of Citizenship and Registry to confirm that there is quorum registered and present in the room. I'll ask the Secretary to find a microphone. He looks like he's found one.
Mr. Chair, my name is Joe Shidisky, and I am the Provincial Secretary of Citizenship and Registry. I am pleased to confirm that as of 9:50 a.m. this morning, there were 473 registered voters for the citizens have been registered and counted as present in the 2024 Citizens Gathering at the Otipemisiwak Métis government.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I declare quorum has been established. I therefore call the meeting of the 2024 Annual Citizens Gathering of the Otipemisiwak Métis government to order at 10:06 a.m. Now that we're called to order, I would like to point out that Marlene Larondel has been appointed as our Cree translator for the 2024 Citizens Gathering. I understand Marlene is at table number 59 and waving her hands at the back. Anyone who is looking for or requires Cree translation, please visit her at table 59 and she'll be happy to help you. With that, I'll be looking for a motion to approve the agenda that has been on your tables. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda? If you could approach a microphone and state your name so that Joanne doesn't yell at me. It's important to me. Microphone number not numbered yet. There we go.
Bonjour, Dancy. Good morning. My name is Brian Hamlin. I used to be from Zone 3. Now it's called Rocky View District. It gives me great pride as a Métis to move our nation forward and make a motion to adopt the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Brian Hamlin. Can I get a seconder for adoption of the motion, please? Nobody wants to second. We want to go home. Cool. I knew I could count on you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bruce Plant. I second the motion. Audrey Petra, citizen of District 12. I second the motion.
Thank you, Madam President. All those in favor of the adoption of the agenda? All those opposed? The motion is carried. We're well on our way, folks. So with that, I will invite your President, Andrea Sandmeyer, back up to begin the delivery of the report on consultation. The floor is yours, Madam President.
Hello again. As we gather here, it is important to acknowledge the profound shifts we have experienced in our transition in becoming the Otipemisiwak Métis government. The establishment of our new government and constitution has launched us onto a path towards greater self-determination. And in the transition, consultation has been at the center of it all. The Consultation Department exists to protect and advance collectively held constitutional rights, claims, and interests asserted by the Otipemisiwak Métis government as the representative and governing body of the Métis within Alberta. That is to say that when the Crown contemplates any conduct that has the potential to negatively impact Métis citizens, our consultation department works to understand those impacts. We develop ways to mitigate or avoid them, and where impacts are unavoidable, we negotiate accommodation measures aimed at offsetting them. Over the past year, the Consultation Department developed materials and educated federal and provincial workers, industry, and other stakeholders on how changes to our governance structure affect the consultation process. This is a key part of our department's priority, to build strong relationships with government regulators and other stakeholders to support the Crown constitutional consultation process. We know that the stronger our relationships are, the more opportunities there are for collaboration for initiatives that support the protection and advancement of Métis rights in Alberta. We've also implemented new communication processes to ensure consultation notifications are being directed appropriately in our new government. And this is a crucial step in upholding the rights of the Métis people and ensuring our voices are recognized as the decisions affect us. To anticipate our growing government and the rights of our people, we are growing the Consultation Department's portfolio of grant-funded projects in preparation for expansion. Meanwhile, we will continue to conduct base-level research on traditional uses, practices, and Métis values across the province, in areas across the province. And we will further develop the technical capacity of the Consultation Department. This will mean applying data collected over years of operation in new and innovative ways to assess rights impacts and address cumulative effects. Moving forward, we are determined to build on the momentum we have gained. The journey towards self-government is far from over. In fact, it's just the beginning, and the role of our Consultation Department will remain vital. We are committed to forging ahead with confidence, knowing that our actions today will shape the future of our nation for generations to come. In closing, I want to emphasize that the incredible undertakings of the Consultation Department. The department's efforts are not just about meeting the demands of the present. Our hardworking efforts are not just our hardworking officials are building a future where our nation's voices are heard, respected, and acted upon. They are proactively looking out for our well-being in whatever issues or challenges emerge. They continue to build strong relationships for Métis people, and they are ensuring we have the infrastructure and innovation to facilitate consultation as the Otipemisiwak Métis government. As we continue this journey of self-government, I'm confident that the foundation we have laid will serve us well, and that as we continue to build upon the foundation, this will benefit generations of Métis people to come. With that said, I am going to hand this over to Director Theo Peters to provide you with a full update.
Hi there. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today, and thank you, Elder Norma Spicer, for starting us off in a good way. My name is Theo Peters, Director of Consultation at the Otipemisiwak Métis Government, and it's an honor and pleasure to be here with you today to share some of the developments that we've had over the last year within our department. So, as Madam President had mentioned, the Consultation Department really exists to protect and advance the collectively held constitutional rights, claims, and interests asserted by the Otipemisiwak Métis government as the representative and governing body of the Métis within Alberta. And we do that work in accordance with the M&A Canada Consultation Agreement, the Otipemisiwak Métis Government Constitution, and relevant domestic and international legislation, regulation, and case law. I'll be discussing, and I should have advanced the slide here. I'll be discussing some of our key priorities and activities from the 23-24 fiscal year, including our transition under the new governance structure of the Otipemisiwak Métis government, enhancements in our data systems, relationship building efforts, and some of the major projects that we've been working on. So, as you may know, the Otipemisiwak Métis government was officially formed following the 2023 general election in September, marking a significant milestone in our self-government journey. The election brought a new president, 22 citizens' representatives, and 5 district captains into office across the province. With this new structure, the Consultation Department plays a crucial role in supporting the Crown consultation process and ensuring the rights, claims, and interests of Métis citizens are well represented and protected. One of our main priorities this past year has been adapting to this new governance structure. The transition has involved several changes, including aligning the roles of consultation coordinators with the new territory boundaries, restructuring our notification system for Crown consultation projects, and developing new service modules to support consultation across the province, such as streamlining our survey development process and incorporating cumulative effects analysis into our tabletop impact assessments. These changes are driven by the coming into force of the Otipemisiwak Métis Government Constitution, particularly sections 15.7c and 15.8, which outline the responsibilities of district councils in conducting consultations with the Crown, industry, and other Indigenous groups on behalf of our citizens. In the past year, we've significantly enhanced our data systems, particularly through the ongoing implementation of Geographic Information Systems, or GIS. By consolidating multiple internal data sets and providing consistent training opportunities to our staff, we've been able to improve turnover time on mapping analysis and develop new processes for assessing potential impacts on Métis rights and visualizing traditional land use areas. These advancements are a direct result of our ongoing initiatives like the Terrestrial Cumulative Effects Initiative and the Aquatic Habitat Restoration Project, which provide us with the data necessary to support our citizens. Relationship building is, of course, another key area and focus for our department. Strong relationships with stakeholders like environmental NGOs, industry proponents, and government regulators are essential for the Crown consultation process. This year, we've strengthened our partnerships with organizations like Parks Canada and the City of Edmonton through the National Urban Parks Initiative. We've also made new connections through our aquatic habitat restoration program and participated in advisory committees with the Alberta Energy Regulator, the Canada Energy Regulator, and the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada. These relationships help us to collaborate on programs that protect and advance Métis rights in Alberta and help us identify strategic opportunities for policy and program development. So, before I talk about some of our key initiatives, I do want to highlight the incredible team of professionals who make this work possible. While I don't have time in this presentation to name them all and list off all of the amazing things that they're working on, I will say that you will have the opportunity to meet a few of them if you stop by our table at the trade show tomorrow, where we do have a number of exciting activities to engage in. So, at that trade show table, they will be more than happy to discuss and answer questions about our key projects, such as the Terrestrial Cumulative Effects Initiative, which focuses on understanding and mitigating cumulative effects, that is, those combined environmental changes resulting from human activity that affect ecosystems and human well-being. So, in the first phase of this project, we engage with Métis citizens to better understand how Indigenous knowledge can be integrated into environmental science. We gathered valuable insights on the types of information and tools that Métis citizens need to evaluate cumulative effects, which has guided our current research. We're now focusing on identifying gaps in Western science models and creating resources that are meaningful to Métis citizens and communities. Another important project is the Aquatic Habitat Restoration Fund initiative, where we've been working to protect and restore Pigeon Lake. Métis citizens identified this lake as a priority ecosystem in the first phase of this project, and we've since launched phase 2, focusing on research to establish a baseline understanding of the lake's condition. Our goal, ultimately, is to improve the lake's health to support traditional uses like harvesting and fishing. And this summer, we will continue water sampling to assess contaminants that contribute to harmful algae blooms by working closely with community members so that we're ensuring that the restoration process is both scientifically sound and culturally significant. We've also been active in the National Urban Parks Project, collaborating with Parks Canada, Treaty 6, and City of Edmonton to establish an urban national park in Edmonton. Last year, we gathered input from Métis citizens on their vision for the park, which helped shape our research and approach to the planning process. We're working on developing a terms of relationship with our partners, which will guide how we work together and share information. And this includes discussions on potential co-management of the park. Our focus is on ensuring that Métis knowledge and experience are integral to the park's management and visitor experiences. In conclusion, our department is very excited to continue our work in these critical initiatives, from aquatic habitat restoration to understanding cumulative effects. As we continue to grow and evolve, we are committed to expanding our programs and strengthening our ability to respond to emerging impacts on Métis rights. Looking ahead to the 24-25 year, we'll be launching new research initiatives, including studies on railroad safety, developing a web portal for reporting environmental concerns, and even a study on monarch butterfly migration patterns. These efforts will ensure that we continue to protect and advance the rights and interests of Métis citizens across Alberta. In closing, we are excited about the future and look forward to continuing our journey together with all of you. I want to thank you all again and for being here, and turn it back to the chair to open up the floor for questions.
There we go. Thank you, Madam President and Director Peters. I'll open the floor for questions. Sorry it's a bit echoey. I'm sure they'll get that tuned up. Opening the floor to questions. The microphones are now numbered and I can see them a little better. Are there any questions for the President or Director Peters in respect to the consultation report? Going once? Going twice? I don't see anybody running. It sounds like you've blown them away, Theo.
Well, right on.
Thank you, Director Peters.
Thank you kindly.
I'll invite the President back to the podium to introduce the Intergovernmental Relations Report.
The Intergovernmental Relations Department has played a central role in advancing the rights and well-being of our Otipemisiwak Métis government. The IGR department is crucial for our relationships and governance activities at the federal, provincial, regional, and internal levels. This is no small feat, as the IGR department manages a vast portfolio that touches every aspect of our government's work. Their advocacy has played a key role in moving forward our goals and priorities, managing relationships with federal and provincial governments, and securing funding agreements. Over the past year, our IGR department has focused intensively on strengthening our federal relationships. Together with the federal government, we've identified joint priorities, co-developed policies, and monitored the progress of reconciliation efforts between the Métis Nation and the Government of Canada. Through these efforts, we have secured funding in things like health, justice, and one-time funding to establish an economic reconciliation framework, which is all essential for our journey toward self-governance. Economic development continues to be a top priority for this department. In addition to supporting traditional forms of economic growth, we've also emphasized cultural economic development to nurture our cultural identity. The IGR department has been working closely with Indigenous Services Canada to make it simpler for Métis-owned businesses to access federal procurement opportunities, creating new chances for growth and success. Through building strong relationships with partners across Alberta, we're laying groundwork for a vibrant Métis economy that will benefit all citizens. Our Métis Works initiative has seen significant growth, becoming a valuable database of verified Métis-owned businesses. We are collaborating with the Government of Canada to integrate Alberta Métis Works with the Indigenous Business Directory, streamlining processes and easing the administrative load on our businesses. This integration is a crucial step in ensuring that our entrepreneurs have the support they need to succeed. On the provincial front, the IGR team has been at the forefront of advancing the framework agreement between the Otipemisiwak Métis government and the Government of Alberta. This has already led to the creation of subtables for health and children and family services, with more to come. By educating Alberta's representatives about our key initiatives and the progress we've made, we are fostering a more effective partnership that will serve our citizens well into the future. The IGR team not only manages our intergovernmental affairs, but they also take on emerging priorities that don't yet have a dedicated department. For example, the Otipemisiwak Métis Government, Artist Collective, and our Language Revitalization Unit currently reside with IGR, which we believe both play a vital role in preserving and expressing our culture. The IGR department is dedicated to nurturing them with the ultimate goal of establishing them as an independent entities within our government. Looking ahead, we are committed to building on the progress we've made. I want to express my deepest appreciation for the hard work and dedication of the IGR department. And now I'd like to introduce Wyatt Telford, the Acting Manager of Intergovernmental Relations, who will provide a full update on the Intergovernmental Relations portfolio. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Wyatt Telford. I am Acting Manager in Intergovernmental Relations, and I'm here to present our report on behalf of our Director, Tyler Fetch.
There we go. Alrighty, perfect. I will begin presenting our report. The IGR team is quite diverse. We have a lot of things going on in our department. A lot of us work all over the place, so we don't often get to come together to do a lot of events. At our all-staff retreat not long ago, we got to do a little bit of photo taking, so we finally have some to add to our report. So, getting down to the business of IGR, over the past year, the Intergovernmental Relations Department of the Otipemisiwak Métis Government of the Métis Nation within Alberta has experienced significant growth, adding 9 new staff members, including 6 full-time employees, 1 part-time employee, and 3 summer students, for a total of 12 staff members. This expansion includes additions into our Intergovernmental Relations team, our Artist Collective team, Kasita Scotno, as well as our Languages team. With this growth, the Intergovernmental Relations Department has continued to provide support to other departments with the Otipemisiwak Métis Government. Our efforts have continued to be focused on ensuring that the rights and recognition of the Otipemisiwak Métis Government are maintained, advanced, and clearly communicated. Furthermore, the Intergovernmental Relations Department, alongside all departments within the Otipemisiwak Métis Government, has dedicated itself to educating our partners about our needs, aspirations, and the importance of the Métis. Reflecting on the past year, we take pride in our achievements and reaffirm our commitment to advancing the rights and recognition of the Otipemisiwak Métis Government. Our growth and accomplishments highlight our dedication to serving the Métis community here in Alberta. All right. So, we deal primarily with federal relations, provincial relations, as well as a number of other areas, focusing on the intergovernmental relations side of things and our federal partners. Over the last year, the Intergovernmental Relations team has continued to support the work on the Permanent Bilateral Mechanism with the Government of Canada, working to identify joint priorities, co-develop policy, and monitor progress in advancing reconciliation between the Métis Nation and the Government of Canada. We have successfully secured funding to address key priorities, but what we have secured is just a start. It is not what we need to properly address the needs of citizens, but with these funds, it'll allow us to build capacity and expand our knowledge where needed. This approach will continue to be instrumental in securing resources for our other priorities within the Otipemisiwak Métis Government. In February 2024, leaders from the Métis National Council, the MNO, MNS, MNBC, as well as the Otipemisiwak Métis Government, convened with representatives from the Government of Canada to develop a set of guiding principles for co-development. These principles will form the foundation for ongoing progress and include a commitment to recognition and reconciliation, which necessitates hard work, shifts in perspectives, procedural changes, actions, compromises, and good faith. Since June 21st, 2021, the United Nations Declaration Act, also known as UNDA or UNDRIPA, received royal assent. The Government of Canada and Indigenous peoples have been working together to implement this declaration. This legislation mandates Canada to take measures ensuring federal laws are consistent with the declaration, table annual progress reports, and develop an action plan for its implementation. This UNDA action plan was tabled in Parliament on June 21st, 2023, and includes 181 measures reflecting the priorities of Indigenous peoples across Canada. With a distinctions-based section for the Métis, this comprehensive plan is intended to contribute significantly to implementing the UN Declaration in Canada and will continue to evolve as it guides future efforts. We continue to engage with the Métis National Council, other governing members, to advance our priorities and engage with relevant federal departments through the UNDA implementation process. On the provincial side, the Intergovernmental Relations Department is dedicated to advancing the framework agreement between the Otipemisiwak Métis Government of the Métis Nation within Alberta and the Government of Alberta. This agreement, originally signed in 2017, has led to the establishment of subtables for both health and child and family services, and we aim to create similar tables to address other Otipemisiwak Métis Government priorities. Starting in March 2024, the Intergovernmental Relations team has initiated monthly meetings to discuss ongoing Otipemisiwak Métis Government priorities. These meetings include reviewing and reporting on the annual progress of the framework agreement and conducting joint reviews with the Government of Alberta. Our efforts are focused on maintaining and strengthening these relationships by educating Alberta's representatives on our key initiatives as well as progress we have made internally.
To facilitate this, we have developed several resources to aid the Government of Alberta to better understand the inner workings and processes of the Otipemisiwak Métis government. The framework agreement is set to expire in 2027. While that seems far off, the negotiation of a new agreement can take time, and we are not interested in allowing this key relationship agreement with Alberta to expire without a new agreement to start immediately. We have begun conversations with Alberta to set a process for a renewal or an update of the existing framework agreement. Through these efforts, we aim to build and sustain relationships and create inroads that will support the Otipemisiwak Métis government in advancing our goals. Our collaborative approach ensures that the Government of Alberta is well informed about our values and achievements, fostering a partnership that benefits all Otipemisiwak Métis government citizens. As we continue our work together, we are committed to moving forward with a shared vision of the future grounded in mutual respect and commitments to the well-being of our community. We mentioned the Artist Collective as well. In the past year, we have hired 3 staff to support the Kasit-Iskatnaw Otipemisiwak Métis Government Art Collective, including 1 full-time, 2 part-time, as well as 2 artist consultants. The team has been working with skilled consultants to learn what they need to know to be successful in running our collective, and have also worked to draft bylaws outlining objectives to advance Métis arts across all genres, aiming to elevate Métis cultural heritage through artistic expression. The collective supports artists through communal networks, nurturing the connections and promoting reciprocal responsibility, empowering them to reclaim and expand their Métis identity through capacity building initiatives, mentorship, and overcoming access barriers. The collective creates a sustainable environment for Métis arts. Since its establishment in 2021, the biannual Métis markets hosted by the collective have become signature events, showcasing 40 to 50 artists compared to 2023. We were only able to have 20 to 25 artists, reflecting the increasing recognition of Métis artistry and the growth of the collective. Beyond visual arts, the markets began to feature live performances and demonstrations, fostering community cohesion and Métis pride. These events and spaces empower artists to share their stories and connect with their culture, enriching the cultural landscape. In early 2024, the collective hosted its first weaving program, which works to further preserve Métis heritage through learning about the history and meaning behind sashes and processes for weaving them. 10 citizens enrolled, each receiving a loom and guided by knowledgeable community members. This community is ongoing and aims to produce at least 10 sashes per participant by 2025, reestablishing sash weaving as a livelihood. In choosing the name, we collaborated with Cree and Michif speakers to find a name that would reflect what the collective is about. Kasit-Iskatnaw was selected as it means we support one another, hold one another up, or encourage one another. This name encapsulated the collective spirit of mutual support and unity. In collaboration with Rivet Construction and Reimagine, we brought Kasit-Iskatnaw to life, creating a vibrant space in Edmonton's Renaissance Tower. This meticulously designed space supports Métis artists with the areas for events, artwork display, and essential facilities. The space is set to have its grand opening in late summer 2024, which will be a celebration of all involved, with elders, elected officials, and collaborators in attendance. And that's all I have for the IGR report.
Thank you, Mr. Telford. Are there any questions, comments in respect to the Intergovernmental Relations Report for either President Sandmeyer or Mr. Telford? Going once? Going twice? I don't see anybody running. Oh, no, I don't. Okay. We are at the point in our agenda that it is time for a health break. We will stand in recess until 11 a.m. This is your 5-minute warning. I'm going to ask everyone to take their seats. We're going to reconvene in about 5 minutes at 11 o'clock. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'll ask that you find your seats. We are coming back to order. It is 11 a.m. For the next item on our agenda, we have a special announcement. I'm going to invite President Andrea Sandmeyer, as well as your Secretary of Mental Health and Wellness, Secretary Kayla Mitchell, to the stage, and Secretary Mitchell will kick us off with the introduction of the announcement.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kayla Mitchell, and I am proud to serve as a citizens representative for the Jasper House Métis District and as Secretary of Mental Health and Addictions for the Otipemisiwak Métis government. At the Otipemisiwak Métis government, we have a vision for health grounded in the voices and needs of our citizens. A vision where Métis citizens are happy and healthy, grounded in their culture and language, and thriving as individuals and as members of their families and communities. As part of implementing that vision, we have taken action to improve community wellness while also providing supports for our friends and neighbors who are struggling with mental health and addiction. Over the last year, we've run multiple land-based healing retreats at Métis Crossing, including our first land-based healing retreat for Métis residential school survivors. We have also recently started piloting a program that offers opioid wraparound supports to Métis citizens. This program offers supports to our citizens who are in recovery and provides them with an individualized resources for a 12-month period as they transition from residential treatment back into their communities. But we know there's more to be done to build a continuum of care that supports the recovery of our loved ones who are struggling with substance use. That's why I'm excited to introduce the Honorable Dan Williams, Minister of Mental Health and Addiction, joining us today on behalf of the Alberta government. Minister Williams was first elected as the member of the Legislative Assembly for Peace River on April 16, 2019, and was re-elected on May 29, 2023. He was sworn in as the Minister of Mental Health and Addiction on June 9, 2023. Prior to being sworn in as minister, he served as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Culture and for La Francophonie, as well as Deputy Government Whip. Minister Williams has been tasked by the Premier with building out Alberta's recovery-oriented system of care for mental health and addiction. And he has joined us today to make an important announcement on the work both of our governments are doing to support Métis citizens and all Albertans in their pursuit of recovery. Please join me in welcoming Minister Williams to the stage.
Thank you, Kayla. Well, good morning, Métis Nation within Alberta. How are you doing today? Good. Well, thank you so much for having me here at your annual meeting. I couldn't be more proud for you to have invited me. I couldn't be more proud to bring a message on behalf of the Premier of Alberta, Danielle Smith, and my colleagues in Cabinet about the work we're doing in Alberta when it comes to addiction. And I want to talk just a little bit first about the problem we find ourselves in before I make the announcement. And every one of you know as well or better than me that addiction is a crisis in our communities and in our families. You know it very well. Disproportionately, addiction is affecting Indigenous Albertans. And I believe the response to that crisis is not to facilitate more addiction, is not to let those family members we love continue to stay in addiction, not to help them stay in addiction, but instead do what a responsible, loving society should do and do what healthcare is meant to do, which is give them treatment and care and help them heal so that we can bring them out of addiction and into recovery and have a second lease on life. Alberta has been building recovery centers across this province, and it's been an initiative since 2019 for us to continue down the Alberta recovery model. Now, we have 11 different recovery communities that we're building to a total of $350 million the government is investing. We know we need more treatment spaces. We know we cannot leave our loved ones in intermittently homeless, -40 weather in the streets of Edmonton or northern Alberta where I come from, and let that just go on without response. And that is why I am so very proud to announce the 5th of our Indigenous recovery communities, $35 million facility at Métis Crossing, partnering with the Métis Nation within Alberta for 300 different individuals. They'll get treatment every year at this facility. This has been long overdue. This is not a story of government imposing on Indigenous partners. It's instead a proposition. It's proposing, saying that we partner together, that the Métis Nation within Alberta and the government of Alberta together come with that plan so that we can get those in a culturally sensitive, Métis-based way, Métis culturally sensitive way, the care that they need in land-based healing. And there's nowhere more beautiful in this province to have that for the Métis than it is at Métis Crossing, a historic and important place, a part of the heritage of who the Métis people are, and thus a part of who we are as Alberta, as a province, and even as a country. As a National Historic Site next to the Métis Nation, we're going to have the Healing Waters, which will be owned and operated by the Métis Nation within Alberta, partnering with the government of Alberta, where we can help. Because we want to partner together so that we have a path, an off-ramp out of addiction for your loved ones and your family members, so that they have somewhere to go that is deeply steeped in the tradition of Métis culture, that is grounded in land-based healing at Métis Crossing, that is owned by the Métis Nation, where the government of Alberta is finding a solution for those who are suffering from addiction, which is a plague and a disease that has corrupted so many different families and communities. And we want to see the off-ramp. We want to see that path out. And that's why construction already underway for this facility means it's going to be open in 2026, allowing people into the healing opportunity that we have collaborated together. I couldn't be more proud to partner with the Métis Nation. You have been a terrific partner. I have been so impressed with your level of sophistication, your absolute commitment to care for your members. This facility will be based in Métis culture and open to anybody so that we can have anybody who needs that care from addiction come in. And I know that the power of that culture, the land-based healing, and the absolute commitment that I've seen demonstrated by your community is going to make this project a success. And with that, I want to thank you all for your time and welcome up President Sandmeyer to have a few words as well. Thank you so much. God bless you.
It is such a privilege to gather here, as I've said earlier a few times, to celebrate and share our rich heritage, vibrant traditions, and unique culture of the Métis people in Alberta. And I want to extend a special thank you to Secretary Mitchell and Minister Williams. Thank you. For their hard work and dedication to support Albertans and Métis Albertans on their recovery journey from addiction and substance abuse. For many years, Métis people have faced significant challenges related to addiction and substance abuse. The statistics tell us that Indigenous populations, including Métis people, face higher risks related to addiction and substance abuse. We know that Indigenous individuals are 3.5 more times likely to experience these issues compared to non-Indigenous Canadians. These struggles are not just personal for those who face them. They impact our families, our communities, and our collective well-being. This is why accessible, culturally appropriate, and compassionate care is so important. And it is why our government, with the province of Alberta, is working together to build this recovery community. The creation of Healing Waters is a direct response to the voices we've heard from the Otipemisiwak citizens who have told us time and again that supporting the needs of our most vulnerable must be your government's priority. I stand here today to say that your voices have been heard. As we begin work on this community, we mark the beginning of a new chapter for individuals grappling with the struggle of addiction and substance abuse. Water holds deep significance for all of us, symbolizing life, healing, and the connection between our people and our land. Just as the rivers flow and adapt, so too do we envision each person's journey, nurturing, renewing, and restoring. The dream of a healing center at Métis Crossing came from the late Herb Belcourt. Herb believed that people recovering from substance abuse needed a quiet place by the water to heal. When Herb and others agreed to purchase the land here for the M&A, he hoped that there would be a place someday at Métis Crossing for a healing center. The name Healing Waters reflects the essence of what we hope to achieve in supporting Métis citizens who are struggling with addiction. With the natural beauty and historic significance of the Victoria settlement combined with our commitment to cultural integrity, we are excited to provide a unique environment where healing happens both individually and as a community. The Healing Waters community, with its 75-bed capacity, will provide a secure and nurturing environment where individuals can embark on a journey towards recovery through contemporary, evidence-based care that blends Western and Métis values and practices. This means programming that is aimed at improving overall health, building stronger relationships, and developing essential life skills. And because healing takes time, Healing Waters will offer a long-term residential treatment option, allowing individuals to stay for up to a year at no cost to them. And to those who will seek healing, know that you will be stepping into a place filled with hope, compassion, and a community that stands firmly beside you, believing in your strength and your future. Healing Waters will be more than just a facility. It will be a powerful symbol of what we can accomplish when we unite to overcome the challenges before us. It is proof of the strong partnership that exists between the Otipemisiwak Métis government and the province of Alberta. Let this achievement inspire us all to continue striving for progress, not just for Métis people in Alberta today, but for the generations that follow. Together, we can continue to build a future rooted in respect, opportunity, and justice for all. Thank you to our citizens and the Otipemisiwak government and the province of Alberta for the vital roles you have played in bringing Healing Waters to life. Thank you. Merci.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not on the agenda for this one, but I would be remiss not to come up and just share a few words. Politics in Alberta and the Métis have had a very interesting relationship going back decades and decades. We have with us today Minister Williams, and it's because of the work that we've done and because of him spearheading this that we have this project. And I don't want him to leave here today without feeling our love and without knowing the hope that this gives us all. Minister Williams attended a public engagement with us in the county of Smoky Lake. That meeting was filled with all kinds of energy, all kinds of perspectives, from good to bad. This gentleman made time to come to that meeting all the way from the north on a very, very busy day, and he showed up right on time. And he took the time to explain to the people in that community what this means, what the government's willing to do. And I left that day feeling so much pride and so much hope in an area for our people where we've struggled for so long. And I would like for all of us to just stand up and give Minister Williams a big round of applause as a thank you. Thank you very much. You have a friend in the Métis Nation.
Thank you, President Sandmeyer, Secretary Mitchell, Senior Executive Officer Barner, and Minister Williams for that presentation. They do have to step out to make another public announcement about the same project, so they won't be available for questions following that presentation. However, the Secretary will be back for her report with the Director of Health, and will be able to speak to questions at that time if they are on your minds. So with that, next on the agenda, I will invite the Provincial Women's Representative, your Secretary for the Advancement of Women and Girls, Ty Amy Grauman, to join me on stage and deliver her report. Please welcome Secretary Grauman.
Hi, everybody. Okay, I'm just going to make sure I know this works first before we start. Okay. So, hi, everybody. My name's Ty. I'm just going to start my little timer here. My name's Ty. And for those of you who don't met me yet, I grew up in Ardrossan, Alberta, so like 45 minutes into the country on a farm. And I'm the first elected provincial women's representative and Secretary of Advancement of Women and Girls. Thank you. So I want to start off by talking about New Dawn, because I know there's so many New Dawn ladies in the room. And New Dawn is just, you know, it's where this role came from. And so we're going to start at the beginning with New Dawn. So I just wanted to say that I've had many conversations about New Dawn this year, and I want to start off. These microphones are like in my eye line. There we go. Short. First of all, I want to start off by saying how much I love New Dawn. I'm actually here because of formerly Region 2's New Dawn group of women. So my family is from Region 2, St. Paul, and it's where I spent my summers growing up. So the New Dawn Region 2 ladies just adopted me as their own. Those women have taught me so much, and I love being with them. I met them all on a plane ride to Ottawa in November 2023, and man, oh man, they changed my life. I love New Dawn for its grassroots nature. I love the ways in which it brings women together, and I love the communities New Dawn has built across Alberta. I love that New Dawn was built from women creating something from nothing and gathering around kitchen tables, community halls, and church basements. After much discussion and many thrown out ideas and plans, it has become clear that New Dawn needs more time deciding what she wants to be. I think it's critical that to thoroughly examine how our new governance structure could serve New Dawn, not the other way around. The conversations I've had this year resoundingly confirm that we need to know more about what the diverse Métis women in this province need and want from their Métis government. We also need to learn more about how we can increase inclusion of our 2S LGBTQ+ citizens in our work and meet their specific needs and priorities. I know this is something New Dawn has been grappling with, including how to ensure different diverse women's voices are included in our governance and board. So, with that being said, we are about to do a robust data collection that I hope you all participate in on women and Two-Spirit, which will be separate surveys and data collection as they are two separate communities with distinct needs. This will provide more information on current gaps along with initiatives that Métis women and Two-Spirit want. This will help us determine how Women and Two-Spirit's programming is provided throughout the province and how to meet the diverse needs of Métis women and Two-Spirit communities. After this needs assessment, it is my hope that we will know more about what New Dawn wants to become. So, This year, well, I learned a lot this year. I learned a lot. But the evolving women's ministry has had some great wins and some big challenges. In particular, it has been incredibly difficult to access and secure funding. Currently, bodies that are funding women's initiatives are looking to give women's funding to a women's organization rather than a government, and it is the same with our two-spirit kin. So, with that being said, I'm working very hard and will continue to work very hard in this next year to hopefully change this dynamic and access funding by building relationships with the provincial and federal government. All right. So, after spending the year talking to Métis women across Alberta, I've identified 3 key priorities I keep hearing about, which is wellness, education, and cultural revitalization. These are, of course, going to be reevaluated after this robust data collection. But yeah, so far, that's what seems to be the 3 winners on what people want. So on July 23rd, on behalf of MNC, I was able to attend the federal, provincial, and territorial meeting on the status of women and gender equity. So these meetings essentially bring together all the provincial ministers of women and gender equity, along with the Honorable Minister Ian Marcy, who's the federal Minister of Women and Gender Equity and Youth. So I left feeling incredibly positive, more positive than I thought I would actually. I had a lot of great conversations with the Honorable Marcy Ian and also Tanya Furr, who is our provincial Minister of Women and Gender Equity and the Arts. And those of you who know me know I love the arts. So yeah, hopefully moving forward, we're going to continue these conversations and hopefully secure some funding. It was also great. There were leaders of all the Indigenous women's organizations across the country there as well, and it was also great to hear how they're structuring and what their priorities are, and I just learned a lot from our First Nations and Inuit and the other Métis organizations there. So, okay, this is the thing I'm most proud of this year. Was anyone in this room at the annual Michif Women's Gathering? Yay! Okay, so we started the annual Michif Women's Gathering, which brought together 250 Métis women from across the province together. And we really did have a hoot and a half. The gathering will always be on or around the weekend of International Women's Day, wherever that day happens to fall. And this year's theme was Keepers of the Family, Keepers of Our Stories. And our keynote speakers were Lorna Dancy, Bailey Oster, and Marilyn Dumont, who all brought invaluable information to the gathering. And this year, for 2025, our theme is going to be A Métis Auntie's Love. And I chose this theme because it's inspired by the way those women who've adopted me this year and the women around me have really, made me love myself, actually. That's what they've done. These aunties have taught me how to love myself. So this year, all the programming at the annual Michif Women's Gathering will be about learning how to love ourselves and each other as Métis women. This year, we also had our first annual Red Dress Day event, which was to honor MMIWG 2S+. The event will take place annually on May 5th, which is Red Dress Day. We did it in the youth building. It was squishy, but it was great. And we'll do this event every year. We had women and 2 spirit speakers who spoke about their personal experience with MMIWG, and as well as their family, and brought us beautiful stories I've actually never heard before. This was a partnership with the Justice Department. Sharon Burke and I, the Director of Justice, work very closely on MMIWG 2S+. We are often we kind of travel around to gender violence, ending violence against women in 2S together. We go to many different meetings. We were at a meeting with the Esqueo Awards on Tuesday. We're educating ourselves on human trafficking as well. And so women and justice are building a really strong partnership, and we are both looking to secure funding for MMIWG at the Otipemisiwak Métis government. I feel so supported that you guys keep clapping, and I love it, but I have 1 minute left. Okay. Also, another super fun thing that happened was the Métis Women's Fishing Day, which was a partnership with Harvesting. We went out to Pigeon Lake on June 1st, and we fished from the shore. This was built on, New Dawn Region 2 was actually the first people to do this. They went ice fishing, and they caught fish. We didn't catch a single fish. But Craig Latondra, our Director of Justice, was prepared for us to not catch a single fish, and he was kind of like the dad who showed up with a bucket of fish so we could still have a fish fry even though we didn't catch any fish. The partnership with Women in Harvesting is another invaluable one, as I know so many women want to learn about our ways and how we harvest it and our natural food sources. That's something I'm super passionate about. So Secretary Lacombe and Director Craig Latondra and I are continuing to think about ways we can partner and teach women about our harvesting and run women's harvesting programs. Okay, I get 3 more minutes because I'm the director and the secretary. So another event I'm super proud of. Does anyone here know Andrea Menard? Yeah, so Andrea Menard is my auntie, and she had the opening night of a show at the Citadel Theater, and I organized 50 Métis women went to opening night of Rubaboo at the Citadel. We arrived as a herd. I like to say we were 50 Métis women and select husbands. There were a few husbands who were allowed to come. And Rubaboo is a story. It's a Métis stew of song and story and dance. So that was really amazing, and we hope to do more partnerships with the arts. Oh no, I'm crazy. Okay, merci so much. All in all, it has been an absolute pleasure getting to know so many of you. And if I haven't met you yet, please come say hi. And my favorite, those of you who know me, know that I just think Métis women are the best. I think we're all that in a bag of chips. And I love hearing your stories. So please call me, email me. I want to know what you think, and I want to hear from you. Marcy. Garrett.
Thank you, Secretary Grauman. Are there any questions, comments, insights in respect to the report on the advancement of women and girls portfolio?
Come on, guys. I thought I might get the first question of the day.
Oh, I see someone coming to a microphone. First question, you're going to get it.
Where? Oh.
Microphone number 2.
Hello. Ty, I just want to thank you for all the hard work. I know that it's been difficult, but I really appreciate the way that you have organized the collection of data and also recognize both women and LGBTQT as having, different collection of data. So I just want to thank you. It is hard work that you're doing, and you're doing an awesome job.
Thank you so much, Marilyn.
Microphone number 1.
Tennessee.
Oh, we need... hi. Yeah.
Hi.
Hey.
I just want to say the work that you're doing is great. I do have a quick question, though. If a woman's wanting to do an apprenticeship and needs to have a sponsor, is the Métis able to help them out with that and sponsor them for the apprenticeship program?
Is that like a trades apprenticeship or what kind?
Yeah, trades.
A trades apprenticeship. So if you We can connect. But our secretary, Lisa Wolf, is the Secretary of Education. I'm sure she could help you out and connect you with Rupert's Land to find out if that's a possibility.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Microphone number 3.
Hello, my name's Tammy Christensen. I just want to say that when the harvesting rights came about, I started hunting. Never hunted. It was very difficult for me to get hunting partners, and well, all these years later, I'm very successful at hunting, but I don't feel like I know everything that a person who would have hunted since they were little should know. So what your comment about harvesting for women and stuff, awesome. We need it out there for the women because we're now becoming the hunters for the family.
Thank you. I totally agree with you. You know, I'm 29, and my dad never taught me how to hunt because he thought a husband would show up and do it, but here we are, no husband. Right? I gotta learn. That's what I told him the other day. Yes, Secretary Lacomb's giving me the thumbs up.
We'll make sure that's recorded in the minutes for you, Secretary Graham. Microphone number 1.
Hi, good morning. My name is Shelley, and hi.
Hi.
You were mentioning partnering with the Ministry of Justice.
Yeah.
And maybe securing funding for MMIW to us. I was wondering if you get that money, what's your plans to do with a pot of money to support women and make women safer, and girls and trans and to us?
Yeah, that's a great question. So our Justice Department, when they present, they're amazing. Sharon Burke is actually, she was in the Grand Entry. She's a retired police officer. And she's actually teaching me about what we need. And so she has a really strong plan that she'll be able to explain better than me. So after this, I'll go talk to her and make sure she's talking about that. Yeah, thank you so much.
All right.
Are there any other questions, comments to the report? Microphone number 2.
I don't know where these might
Right here, hand up.
Okay.
Waiting for you to see me. Hi. Thank you for coming and sharing today, and sharing about the work in connecting with our women and Two Spirits. My question pertains to Two Spirit community, but are there any sort of local groups or Two Spirits that the nations are working with in terms of supporting Two Spirit and women Two Spirit folks?
You know, I work my best friend is the former chair of Edmonton Two Spirit, Katie King, and I work very closely with them. We also have Aura Letty on council. Aura, do you want to stand up? I don't know, is Aura here? Aura! So we have Aura Letty, who is also a Two Spirit person on council who has a lot of great information. And so my answer to you is not yet. But hopefully when I'm standing here next year, I have a different answer.
Awesome. Shout out to the Two Spirits, and thank you for doing that work.
For sure, yeah.
Microphone number 2.
Thank you. I appreciate your input and information that you have put together. I think it's a very fine group of women you put together, and we can help you as much as we can if you want about hunting and fishing. I fished all my life, and I have all the nets and all the boats, all the motors now. So if you want to know something about fishing and hunting, you can phone me up. But I want to tell you a joke.
Okay.
Okay? About hunting.
Yeah.
You know, I went hunting last fall and I lost my cell phone. And I used to call the moose with the horn, eh? Not anymore though now, you know. You know what I do? I just text them, eh? Thank you.
The inimitable Louis Belrose. Thank you for that.
We'll call you for your moose texting skills.
Any other questions, comments from the floor? Join me in thanking Secretary Grauman for the report on the advancement of women and girls, please.
Hello.
Cool. There's a last-minute entry.
Yes.
Microphone number 1.
Okay, I can always give you my phone number. You're looking for a husband.
So that comment was made as a note about how women actually do need to harvest. And you know, that women need to provide for themselves and their families. And there's an assumption that the men will do it for us. But guess what? As they say in Little Women, women are built not only for love.
Oh, okay. Anyways, but I do have a question for you. I'm being serious now here.
Well, that's good because the Sergeant at Arms was on his way over.
Okay.
I keep leaving. You gotta pick it up.
Okay. The lady that was questioning about trades, there's the Women's Building Futures.
Yes.
That's what they do.
Thank you.
But the other thing is, I think that we need more women in the trades. And I think us guys that have been involved in construction at one time or another, we need to start respecting them and treating them as equals, because they can do the job just as good as us. Although some things that requires muscle might be a disadvantage, but that shouldn't include them from getting into the trades. That's what I was going to say.
I totally agree with you. Tradeswomen, it is not me, not my destiny, but.
So
Hello.
Please
don't leave.
We'll go to microphone number 1. I will advise there's 3 minutes left in this session. So microphone number 1.
TikTok.
Good afternoon. My name is Doreen Boucher from Lac La Biche originally. I've been a tradeswoman, and I just want to say women can do lots. And about lifting up things, we have mechanical things that can lift the things up for us. There is nothing that us women cannot do.
I totally agree with you.
Yes. Way to go.
I don't see anyone rushing for a mic, Madam Secretary. So once
Hey,
again,
can I leave now?
please
Are
join
you
me in
guys
thanking
good?
Secretary Grauman for her report. Next up on your agenda is the report on Métis settlement and First Nation relations from Secretary Karen K.C. Collins. Secretary Collins, if you want to join us on the stage, please welcome Secretary Collins. Wing her away.
So I don't need some of these gadgets up here because I want to do old school. So good morning, everyone. I'll try not to take too much time because I know we have a busy agenda. As many of you know me, because I've been around the block a few times, my name is Karen Collins. Many of you know me as KC. I've been known as KC long before I was ever called Karen, I'm sure. But yeah, so that's who I am. I was born and raised at Elizabeth Métis Settlement. I went and did a few things in my life, and then I moved back home, and I've since have a family. I have 2 sons, Asani and Owen, and we live at Elizabeth, and yeah, that's where we make our home, and that's our roots, and we're very proud of that. But you can read a lot of that stuff in our report, so I'm going to change up a little bit on. I was going to actually read a great part of my report, but you can read that for yourself. So I just want to say that I'm very, very honored to have been selected by President Sandmeyer to be the first ever Secretary for Métis Settlements and First Nations relations in the history. Thank you. In the history of our government. We're 95 years old and, well, we're celebrating 96 this year. And maybe all that time, we just kind of took those relationships for granted. We've always known they were there. We feel them at the local level. We participate at our community level. We support each other in community functions when there's losses in the family. We've always known that we have that foundational relationship there. And so in all of those 95 years, even on the years that I spent on provincial council, I don't ever remember us talking about to have something specific to spend energy in that area. Even though that we worked with other levels of government who have such a thing called intergovernmental relations, I suppose we didn't ever see it that we should have our Indigenous relations. And so I'm very, very honored. I know it's another new path as we move forward in our government that will need to be created so that we can build upon that as we go forward. So having said that, of course, within our system and our government, there's not a pot of money there for this new portfolio and responsibility. Nonetheless, we created it. We'll move forward, and I'm sure with efforts from our president and other of my colleagues, and certainly our wonderful support from our bureaucrats and our civil service, we will find funds to move that forward, because that's just how we are as Métis. If there's a need, we will do it. And so, thank you. And so one of the first things I did, I said was, well, that's really good. We have a department. And so I looked around and I was like, okay, am I it? Sure enough, I was it. So I talked to a few folks and I said, come on, I'm going to need a little bit of help, so let me borrow some people. So lo and behold, I was granted the support of two very awesome and wonderful, very supportive, my team. We're a team of 3. So if Wyatt Telford's in the room, please give us a wave, because Wyatt's part of my team. Katie Savanto, if you're in the room, please stand up and give us a wave. And that's the full department of Métis Settlements and First Nations relations. But as we move forward, I'm sure we're going to grow. So in Alberta, we have 45 First Nations, and we have 8 Métis settlements. This, of course, doesn't include the non-status organizations such as Papa's Chase and the Michelle Band, but not saying that we're very much aware that all of those exist, and we support their efforts of advancing what they need to do for their citizens. As we all know, our relationships are fundamental to our Indigenous ways of knowing and being, whether you're a Métis, a First Nations, or from a community that's looking to be recognized. You will see in my report that President Sandmeyer has mandated a number of priorities that she hopes that together we can advance. You can read those there. We've begun work on some of those, and certainly that as we move forward, and hopefully next year by this time I can report on the many activities, because there are a lot of relationships that we need to highlight and move forward in this portfolio. Like I said, funding is hard to come by, but I'm sure if I need to hitchhike on someone else's program in order to go and do some of this work, we'll find a way. We did certainly at the outset when we got elected and were trying to feel our way around what we were all doing, because certainly as a new government we needed to do that in order to have some comfort levels on how we needed to move forward, that we had a lot of work to do that we did around Bill C-53. However, that's not my area to report on. I'll leave that to the people that need to report on that. Nonetheless, we did make efforts and forward pieces of correspondence to all of the chiefs in Alberta and left the door open to have conversations and other meetings. We were taken with a few of those. But the other, and like I was saying at the outset of my conversation, that the community level relationships are foundational to what we're going to build. So we've been really encouraging our citizens representatives and the district captains to grow on your relationships that you have with your neighbors, whether they're First Nations or Métis settlements, because of course we're all related when we get down to the community level. So there's many citizens reps who have cousins or you know, they're related to leadership in some of those other communities. So we meet as family, so we continue to do those relationships, and sometimes these discussions happen at the you know, at your family Thanksgiving gatherings, and you know, or supporting each other at a community when there's a loss. So we know that those at that level are the work's being done, and I for an example, Secretary Lacombe, he took some time. We had actually both gone up north to for a visit, and chiefs are very busy people as well, and so we got bumped, but Grant was able to later go and have a meet and greet with the chief of the Driftpile First Nation, Chief Dwayne Labucan. So they had an opportunity to do a meet and greet. So we've been encouraging that kind of contact, that it may not be necessary that myself or President Sandmeyer be in attendance at any of those meetings, but the meet and greets, those are important pieces. And then as we advance, when we need to start talking about the issues of building those relationships, then we really encourage that. Because I do know, like my colleague, Bobby Paula Look, for example, I know that she's touched base with her neighboring First Nation. I know she's had a meeting with the Paddle Prairie Chair, Eldon Armstrong, and those kind of things. So that's happening. It may not be me directly, but it's certainly happening within our government. So we're really encouraging that. I have attended a few things, and I know our report covers to the end of March 24. So some of the other things I won't be reporting on. Am I getting a nod? Not yet? Okay, I better talk fast. I attended and it was really exciting, an eagle release at Métis Crossing. So people got in touch with Métis Crossing, and we released a 2-year-old juvenile bald eagle. Her name is Tina, and we did protocol and ceremony and and such at Métis Crossing, and we released that eagle. And she seems to be hanging around and sticking around, because our staff at Métis Crossing have said, "I've seen Tina come back." So that's really exciting. So there was Saddle Lake, and they had a elder from, I think he was from Driftpile. But anyway, it was all encompassing, and we did it all together, and it was just awesome. We have met President Sandmeyer and myself have met with Métis Settlements General Council Executive, President Lamouche and Vice President Blind. So we've had those initial meetings, and we know that we will be moving forward with additional meetings. And of course, informal conversations happen here and there when we see each other. I just attended last week Cultural Days. Elizabeth Métis Settlement turned 85. And yeah, I saw President Lamouche there, and we actually chatted about we need to, in the future, bring together both councils so we start to see who's who in the zoo. And so we'll be advancing on some of those things. I'm sure I'll have more to report next year in terms of what we've done. I did attend Chief Terry Cardinal's funeral. That was, you know, I was very honored to represent our government there because a chief in sitting, there's very much ceremony attached to that. So I have been going to a number of different things. In the short future here, and I'll report next year, I will be attending the gathering of treaties. Treaties 1 to 11 are having a gathering in Cold Lake. President Sandmeyer and myself will attend there, so I look forward to that. I'll also be representing the Otipemisiwak Métis government at the Alberta Native Friendship Center's meeting and be speaking to that so that we can renew our memorandum of understanding that we have with them so that we have a renewed one under the Otipemisiwak Métis government. So I look forward to that. I know we're having meetings in the future with Métis Settlements General Council, so we'll continue doing that. And we have received some invitations from a couple of other chiefs. We just haven't been able to secure meeting dates yet, but we will be doing that. So there is work that's happening in this portfolio. Money or no money, we're going to do it. And during the break, do I have a little bit of time here? Yeah. 2 minutes. Jeez, this guy's getting cheap with his time. But anyways, I was out during the break there and chatting with some folks, and they recognized that, geez, you've been involved for a bit, eh? And so they asked me, share that story because there's a lot of young people out there that should probably hear that. So I've been attending annual assemblies for a very long time, since I was 9 years old. So when I was 9 years old, my late brother Andy, of course he had his family by then, drugged me around to assemblies because I was the babysitter. So I took care of the kids. When I turned 16, I was no longer the babysitter because now I could vote. So now my role changed. And one of the first times that I was able to vote, and everybody's going to know how old I am after I start talking about the years, but it was in 1997 that I first got to vote. Now, for some of us that know some of the history in our 95 years, we'll know that in 1975, our assembly supported the motion for the creation of the Federation of Métis Settlements. Now, when you think back, that was a crucial and very important motion that passed by the people at that assembly because it created an entity to take care of the lands. And it recognized that the Métis Association, we were called at that time, Métis Association, had the responsibility of the government stuff. And so from there forward, we ended up with two entities that were taking care of Métis lands, rights, history, and culture to move forward. When I started thinking about the timing of things in my own personal life and recognized that I participated in that vote in 1975, And now here I am today speaking on behalf of this new portfolio. It just gives me chills. And I grew up in a environment where my mom really reinforced our faith and our belief in the Creator. And she always said, my girl, always remember, the good Creator puts you where you're supposed to be. So, having said all that, I guess today I'm here reporting to you to the very first inaugural citizens gathering because the Creator meant for me to be here. Ay hay, kinanaskum nawao kakyo.
Oops, forgot. Are there any questions, insights, thoughts, comments to the report on Métis Settlement and First Nation relations? Microphone number 1.
She's a real lady because she let me go ahead of her. Anyways, Karen, I was looking at the mandated priorities. The first one there, support the work of an administration to secure sustainable long-term funding to build our Métis settlement and First Nations relations capacity. Now, as we know that the Métis settlements are not, or at the moment choose not to be part of, the M&A stuff that's going on. So when I see the term long-term funding, can you explain that a little bit more? Are you guys giving money to the settlements, or I'm not too clear on that?
So no, I think it's more, because like I said at the outset of my report, there's no funding in our government at this time to support this portfolio. So who knows what's going to happen in the future. But on the short term for right now, we're looking for some long-term funding that will come not so much as on a grant or a program by program basis, but something that will be able to fund the work that has to be done in this portfolio. So it is clearly not about providing funding to Métis settlements or providing funding to First Nations. It's about creating and looking for funds for our government to be able to advance in this area. Thanks for the question.
Microphone number 1.
Hello.
Bonjour.
I just wanted to know what we could do on the level as a community, because it sounds like there's a lot of work that's going in. Thank you so much, by the way, on the government level. But as a community level, as citizens, is there anything we could do to have a better relationship with our First Nations and grandmothers people?
Thank you for the questions. And you know what? I absolutely believe that many of us are doing things. Sometimes we don't even recognize what we're doing until we stop and someone says, points out that what you're doing is what you're supposed to be doing. So when we attend cultural days, when we go to a neighboring powwow, or we go to the hand game tournament, or we go to a hockey tournament, or we go to a talent show, or any of those kind of things, many of our relationships start with that fun stuff. Or the support when we go and support a community when there's a loss. A lot of our community level, family to family relationships are built on those kind of things. And then eventually, when there's a comfort level, people start to talk about the political end of things. And certainly what I know many families talk about is the outside government policies, directions, regulations that affect our communities and the separations within our communities. So when we start to talk about those things as a collective, I think we will begin to start moving forward and say, you know what, policy or no policy, I'm gonna go over to that powwow and I'm going to participate. So thank you. Keep doing what you're doing.
Marcy.
This will be the last question in respect to this report. Microphone number 1.
Yeah, I just want to comment on this one. So I've been with the Métis Nation. My name is Brian Fayette. I've been with the Métis Nation off and on for many years. I'm from the Métis settlement originally. And so I was there when I was actually part of it was Métis Association back in the day, when we decided to support the Federation. Actually, it was Joe Line was around at that time. If he's here, I recall that. In any case, we did it at the Friendship Center. Having said that, the settlements then grew and became this is a commentary to support what Casey has been asked to do. So I just want to, first off, compliment Andrea for assigning this department, because it's so critical that we have someone that knows how to speak to the First Nations, and Casey does have that background. And also, being from a settlement, couldn't pick a better person, because she knows settlement people, the leaderships, and how that protocol works. So there's two big pieces there that's critical. And so when we were going through the developing the Constitution, one of the things we failed to do is sit with the First Nations, and I know that they got very concerned and threatened by our advancement, by our movement, because we're not slowing down, and it's got to be concerning, and particularly concerning when it comes to monies, because I think a lot of communities, people think that there's a limited amount of dollars, limited amount of resources, and so that has to be cleared up, and I couldn't think of anybody better than Casey to do that. And the same with the settlements. They got kind of, not that we ignored them, we're busy doing what we had to do to pull this piece together. So you've got a big job to do. So why I'm speaking is I'm hoping everyone will understand and recognize the importance of this and continue to support Casey on this work. Yeah, and that's where my head's at. So congratulations, Casey. Thank you guys for doing this work. And if you need somebody, I've got friends in just about with every band. And I'm particularly concerned about the Blackfoot, because they really did oppose what we were doing. And for good reason. They really felt that we were trying to step in their territory, and they're very territorial, so you need to really clear that up. Anyways, carry on the good work.
Hi, Brian. Can I ask something?
Okay, please join me in thanking Secretary Collins for bringing the report on Métis Settlement and First Nation Relations portfolio.
Thank you. Have a great day.
One more thing. I have one quick housekeeping item before I turn the floor over to Senior Executive Officer Barner. If you drive a black Tucson, plate number CGH0579, your rear passenger tire is flat. Don't drive away. With that, Mr. Barner, the Citizens Council stands in recess for lunch. It's all yours.
Awesome. What awesome questions. And that was a great, Brian, that was great. And I just heard the last one there was that offer to help and what can we do was, that was great. We're going to ask our knowledge keeper, Norma Spicer, to come up and do a blessing, and then we're going to get into lunch, folks. So as Norma makes her way up, please rise.
Thank you. Please join me. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Heavenly Father, as we gather together with grateful hearts to thank you for this food before us, we want to express our appreciation for the effort and resources that provided us with this nourishment. We ask for your blessings on this meal that sustains our bodies and remind us of your love and the abundance of the many gifts you bestow upon us. In Jesus' names we give thanks and pray. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Thank you very much, Norma. Okay, so for lunch, we're going to do this, try to be as organized as we can. So if you're somebody that needs support and has mobility issues, then you can sit down and raise your hand, and then we will have some volunteers bring meals. Other than that, we're going to start with our elders and seniors, knowledge holders, knowledge keepers first. So elders first, and then we're going to allow them to eat, give them maybe a minute or two, and then I'll announce the next round of folks. So volunteers providing meals, if you see somebody with your hand up, please assist them. Secondly, folks in line, if you see a volunteer, they will be getting meals not for themselves, but they'll be getting meals for somebody else that needs support, okay? So I'll come back on the mic in 2 minutes. Thank you. All right, folks, if you're sitting at an odd numbered table, feel free to make your way up for lunch. And just so you know, the lineup on this side is a bit shorter. So the lineup on my right on this side is a bit shorter, okay? So if you're at an odd numbered table, feel free to make your way up. And again, if you need support getting a meal, that's totally cool. We have people that are happy and willing to do that. We got a gentleman over here. 2. All right, can we get some, yeah, there we go, thank you. All right, folks, one other request. There's a navy blue backpack that's been misplaced. A navy blue Lululemon backpack. So if you see one, can you please turn it in to the team at the front? Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like the line on the right is moving a little bit, still moving a little bit faster. I'd say now if people want to start making their way up, that's fine. Or if you're at an even numbered table and you want to wait a few minutes, that's fine as well. There's still a bit of congestion, so maybe give it a couple minutes and that. But and just so you know, we'll reverse the order tomorrow, or tonight, or whatever. We'll change it odd even as we go through the weekend.
Hello, everybody. If we could just get another call out. If any elders have not been served, please raise your hands and a volunteer will come and assist you. Thank you. Hello again, everyone. Sorry to interrupt, but we have a lost citizen ID card. So if Gerald Jackson, if you're here, we have your citizen ID card and it'll be over at the info booth for you to pick up. That's Gerald Jackson. Thank you.
Okay, I hope everyone has enjoyed or is enjoying the tail end of their lunch. This is your 5-minute warning to find your seats. If you need a water or need to get to the restrooms, you got about 5 minutes and we're going to call back to order. Thank you.
One quick interruption. Tonight there will be a band and open mic. They would actually like to get started on the open mic sign up. If you're interested in singing tonight, I don't know the details of how many songs or whatever, but Brian wants to be signed up for sure. Anyways, if you go outside to the information booth, where they're selling the 50/50s is where you can sign up for the open mic, okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your patience, everyone. I'll get you to take your seats and finish up your conversations, and I will invite Secretary Bobby Paul Alec and Director Reagan Bartel to bring the report for the Department of Health.
Did you just start whenever? Okay. Tanti Kiowel, Bobby Paulaluk Nitsigasun, Fort Vermilion District Citizens Representative, NIA, Igwa, Provincial Secretary of Health and Seniors. I'm incredibly honored to hold this secretariat, and I feel privileged to serve the Métis Nation in this role. I've worked in the healthcare field in both the provincial and federal healthcare systems for over 20 years and have experience ranging from frontline nursing to educational instruction and population, public, and Indigenous health leadership. Prior to being elected into this role, I also served as a volunteer president of the Métis Local 74 in Fort Vermilion from 2019. It has always been a priority of the Métis Nation of Alberta and now the Otipemisiwak Métis government to provide our citizens with culturally appropriate, self-directed health and wellness opportunities. In February of this year, I was given my secretarial mandate, which will direct much of the work that myself and our health team will be focusing on over this term. Some of this includes work related to health legislation, securing sustainable funding, and ensuring we are moving the health portfolio forward by improving on and adding to existing programs and services. I am committed to being a strong advocate for the health and well-being priorities of Métis citizens at all levels of government and to working to achieve the mandates set out by our Otipemisiwak Métis government on behalf of its citizens. Under the direction of Health Director Reagan Bartel, our health department works to advance the health and wellness priorities of Métis Albertans through 4 key activities: engagement, programs and services, relationships, and advocacy. This work is structured around 2 core pillars: health research and community wellness. This year, newer projects under the health department have focused on cancer, children's health, and long-term and continuing care, while existing programs like Medical Transportation Program have used new funding streams to remain sustainable beyond initial grant funding. Our health department team currently consists of 15 dedicated individuals who work diligently to ensure that the Métis stories, experiences, perceptions, and needs that citizens like you have shared shape our health policies, programs, and services. We could not do this impactful work without the committed team we have working in our department, and I'm pleased to introduce our Director of Health, Reagan Bartel, to speak in more detail about the work this department has done throughout the year. Please join me in welcoming Reagan to the stage. Marcy.
Okay, everyone. I can hear a lot of grumbling, but this is important news, so I'm going to ask you just to keep your table talk just to a minimum while we get through this presentation. Thanks. And thank you, Madam Secretary, for the introduction. I have had the privilege of being the Director of Health for the Otipemisiwak Métis government for this past 5 years, and it is my pleasure to give you an update on the incredible work that our department has done this year. Myself and my team, as well as our secretaries, are here for the duration of the citizens' gathering. It's your department. Come and find us. Tell us what you need and tell us what you love about the services that we're providing. Speaking of our staff, I would love to just highlight the incredible team that's working hard every day. Without them, the programs and services simply don't exist. They may be out manning tables and talking to you, but if there are any staff in attendance, I'd ask you to just stand and be recognized by the citizens in attendance. So our story is one of strength, of life, and of advocacy. It's about our ancestors, the knowledge passed down through generations, and the rich diversity that defines us. It's a story that's woven with dreams of self-determination, moments of tears, laughter, and joy, all wrapped in our unique Métis culture. And this is a story of Métis citizens who are exercising their inherent right to wellness. We are Otipimsuak, those who own and govern ourselves, and it's a story of how the Métis Nation within Alberta has achieved so much, and it's a testament to our own Indigenous sovereignty. We've shown that with the right resources, delivered equitably, flexibly, and predictably, we can significantly improve our own health. But most importantly, the most important part of this story is that we have an ability to build, deliver, and evaluate our own health policies, programs, and services. Here in Alberta, we have proven that we can meet the needs of Métis people. So today, I'm choosing to focus on what we can do and what is possible. For those that don't know, it's a quick update. The Health Department is dedicated to advancing the health and wellness of Métis Albertans through the key activities that Secretary Paula Look spoke to. Our work is centered around two core pillars, health research and community wellness, which aligns perfectly with the mandates of Secretary Paula Look and Secretary Mitchell. Under the health research pillar, we focus on understanding and sharing the unique health and wellness priorities of you, Métis Albertans. And this past year, we've made strides in 3 areas: cancer, children's health, and long-term and continuing care. The community wellness pillar is all about creating and evaluating programs and services that reflect your needs and the needs of all Métis people who are connected to our nation. Over the last year, we've aimed at improving access to care and promoting healing and recovery through our initiatives. I think it's important to highlight how crucial research is for shaping the future of Métis healthcare. It isn't just about data, it's about understanding the unique needs of our people and using that knowledge to push for better programs and policies and services. The goal of our team is to spotlight the strengths and address the health disparities faced by Métis Albertans, ensuring that our community's voice is heard and respected. The projects I'm sharing aren't just studies, they're building blocks for a future where Métis healthcare is equitable, accessible, and culturally appropriate. Over the past year, we've continued to prioritize cancer care. With ongoing support from the Canadian Partnership Against Cancer, we've held community gatherings in Edmonton and Calgary to better understand Métis experiences with cancer screening. We've also published an article on our survey work, further raising the profile of Métis health in the literature, which is key to our advocacy efforts. We proudly launched a Métis Cancer Care course in Alberta Health Care Services, designed to enhance cultural safety amongst healthcare providers. Moving research to action, I offer you our community wellness programming. I'm excited to share the impact of our community wellness program, which has been a support to Métis Albertans who are seeking mental health support. We also addressed the financial need for mental wellness supports, providing over 1,500 counseling sessions just this past year alone. The demand is so high that we get inquiries even after reaching capacity, which highlights the critical need for these services. Our dental programs, in partnership with the University of Alberta, have been a game changer for more than 300 citizens who receive low-cost or free dental care, with over 1,900 treatments provided in innovative week-long clinics that are more than just a dental clinic. They're about connecting folks to culture and community, and this model is now inspiring similar programs across the nations. Access to healthcare does remain a top priority. Our medical travel program supported over 1,000 appointments this year, including a special reimbursement program for cancer-related visits. Our child and maternal health does remain central to our work, and building on previous work, the Awawasit Project, we've focused on Les Enfants, the children, our flagship initiative for Métis children under 10. This year, we completed a major study highlighting both the strengths and health disparities, such as higher emergency visits and hospitalizations amongst Métis children. We also launched a cultural craft kit initiative to engage Métis children and explore their perspectives on health. And I invite you to visit the Art Walk, which is in the foyer there, to view the incredible work that our children provided. And one lucky Métis child will actually win a prize. Lastly, we've supported a federal initiative to better understand the needs of Métis in Alberta related to long-term and continuing care. After engaging citizens at last year's AGA and through an online survey, we've identified key challenges and are looking forward to ensuring that those needs are incorporated into a larger federal framework, but also to guide our department while we develop new programs. We've also expanded our opioid recovery program, providing up to 12 months of support for those who have successfully completed an approved recovery program. And our Métis-led peer support group meets every Tuesday and is available virtually. So spread the word and let's build a recovery capital through our own community strengths. And lastly, our commercial tobacco reduction program is thriving. Citizens are graduating from our Quit Core group and accessing nicotine replacement therapies, which aligns with our cancer strategies. The success of this program is also serving as a model for other Métis nations. I want to highlight that it is essential to recognize the crucial role of the Otipemisiwak Métis government of the Métis Nation within Alberta and how they have played out in advocating for the health and well-being of our community. Health is a fundamental right, and we are proud as technical staff to work alongside your secretaries and elected leadership to support Métis Albertans in accessing the care and services they need. Advocating at all levels of government is not just important, it's necessary. It ensures that our unique health needs are recognized, respected, and addressed in the policies, programs, and funding decisions. By engaging with all levels, technical staff have been ensuring that Métis voices are heard and are shaping the healthcare systems that serve us. Our efforts have already made significant strides, such as developing and sustaining our community-led initiatives. We've also, this past fiscal year, our technical staff connected with all technical teams to convey your health priorities. And by standing firm in our advocacy, we not only improve the health outcomes of our current citizens, but lay the foundations for future generations to thrive. Together, through persistent and strategic engagement with all levels of government, we are building a healthier and more resilient Métis Nation within Alberta. And looking ahead, we're continuing to work towards a vision of health where all Métis Nation citizens are doing more than just existing, they're thriving. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Director Bartel. Don't go anywhere just yet. Are there any questions in respect to the health report from citizens? Comments, thoughts, insights? Everybody still chewing their dessert? Oh, microphone number 1.
Hi.
Where's she at?
Oh. Hi. My name is Tanya Tedorenko, and I'm in District 11. Thank you for all of your hard work and all the progress that you've made on behalf of Métis citizens in the area of health and wellness. I had the pleasure of meeting you in Calgary back in June at the Alberta Dental Association conference, and I know you're very passionate about your work. So thank you so much for that. My question is, are there any talks going on currently with the federal government for Métis citizens to be added to the non-insured health benefit program available to First Nations and Inuit individuals? Métis people do not currently receive this benefit for dental, vision, or prescription medication, and it contributes to a health disadvantage that I have seen Métis citizens struggle with firsthand.
That is a wonderful question. Thank you so much. And it is lovely to see you again. I do remember you. That is the number one question, and that is the number one priority of the Métis Nation. And alongside Secretary Paula Look, myself, and our technical teams, yes, we are actively working always to secure health benefits. The challenge is there's a large cost associated with health benefits, and we have to figure out who's going to cover that. So the other challenge is we are Otipemisiwak. We do not want to be under the Indian Act, and we do not want to just simply take a health program that doesn't suit us. So we are negotiating to ensure that the voices, the needs that are conveyed are going to be completely put into a new health program. Do we have anything concrete? The answer is no. The reality is that the price tag attached to extended health benefits is quite large, and so we continue to advocate on your behalf and recognize that it is the number one health priority, and we continue to advocate.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Microphone number 2.
I don't even see.
Good afternoon. Sylvia Johnson. I'm from the northwest corner of the province, Peace River. I'd like to thank you from my heart for the people that I know that you have helped with health issues. Traveling, you've been a big help to people from there. You have helped people enable them to travel to specialists. Otherwise, they would not be able to visit a specialist. We have no such thing in the north. We have to travel over 495 kilometers. So thank you for that. I'd also like to ask you kind of a controversial question. It's been going around for a long time. I used to be the Minister of Health. Have you considered, with this Otipimsuak new government, have you considered a Métis health card for our citizens? Telling on the back what is available to us. Thank you.
And I want to thank you for your kind words. Coming from you, who held this portfolio for many years, it means a lot. So thank you for your dedication to health as well, Sylvia. It means a lot. To be honest, we haven't talked about a specific card that outlines. Currently, we have what we have available on the website, so I'm happy to take that back and work with the department to see if that's something we can do. So thank you, Sylvia.
Yes, thank you. But where it would be useful is you go to the hospital or you go to the dentist or you go somewhere, you pull out your Métis health card and say, this is what I'm qualified to get.
Yes, absolutely. Wonderful idea. Thank you, Sylvia.
Microphone number 2, and this will be the last question for this subject area.
Sorry, this question is just for clarity. Thank you very much for telling us that you're working on the health benefit program and that it's a large ticket item. The question for clarity is, will this come with the treaty, or is this something being worked on in advance that we can expect before the treaty is worked on? Seeing that the treaty is probably in the 7 to 10 year range before we look seriously at it.
Thank you for your question. I am technical staff, so I can't comment on the treaty other than to say health will be a part of any kind of treaty or political things that we look for, because it is a #1 priority for you, the citizens. I will continue to work to move health benefits forward in the now, because our people are needing health benefits now. So we will be having those conversations like we are having now until I can complete that work. That is our mandate that has been provided to Secretary Paula Look to ensure that we are looking for those financial barriers to be decreased, to look to health benefits to be explored and pushed through. So the answer is yes, we're working on it right now. We're not going to wait for a piece of paper if we can get it sooner than that, but that will happen in collaboration with the leadership that you've elected, and they will ensure that we're doing it in a way that meets everyone's needs as well.
Just a quick follow-up, if I may. Is that federal or provincial?
You're okay with a follow-up? You said last question. Okay. So it could be both. We are not closing doors. The reality is that the federal government has a responsibility to pay for services currently, and the provincial government has a responsibility to deliver services. I want to support delivering services, so there will be a conversation with the provincial government, but I also want to pay for them, so there will be a conversation with the federal government. So it's kind of all levels of government, my friend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Director Bartel. I will now invite Secretary Kayla Mitchell to join us on stage and deliver the introduction to the Mental Health and Addictions portfolio.
Good afternoon. My name is Kayla Mitchell, and I have the privilege of serving as the Secretary of Mental Health and Addictions, as well as representing the Jasper House Métis District as their citizens' representative. Through our health department, we are working hard to provide programs and services that support the mental health and well-being of our citizens, as well as those who are struggling with substance use. Our citizens have continued to convey the importance of being able to access a variety of holistic programming and supports to maintain their mental well-being. I'm proud to play a leadership role in that work, and I'm advocating to achieve this priority. As you heard this morning, our Otipemisiwak Métis government is very excited to be working in partnership with the Government of Alberta's Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions to support the development of a Métis-led recovery community and to build a continuum of care that provides hope and recovery capital. I mentioned earlier that I'm from the Jasper House Métis district, and I can speak firsthand to the incredible mental health challenges that have arisen from the devastating fires in my own district, and that is only a situational need. Whether it's day-to-day stressors or more complex intergenerational traumas, our communities have long voiced a need to improve access to mental health supports. It's with that in mind that I continue to voice the critical need for improved access to self-directed and equitable mental health supports that are grounded in community needs. We also owe tremendous credit to our health department and our director, Reagan Bartel. She leads a dedicated and hardworking team that is committed to improving the mental well-being of everyone in our nation. And I am very excited to be working closely with her to continue building out our continuum of care, including the Healing Waters recovery community we announced earlier today. Please join me in welcoming Reagan back to the stage.
You guys are going to be sick of me, sorry. But I am excited to share some of the incredible work that our Otipemisiwak Métis government has done related to mental health and substance use. And I'm going to take this moment, since I've already kind of done the big highlights, to talk briefly about our work on the Healing Waters recovery community. We were hearing from Madame President earlier that Healing Waters holds a special place in our heart. It was inspired by a Métis elder who stood by the North Saskatchewan River, speaking of the healing waters and dreaming of a place that our people could come to be well. That name reflects our deep connection to the land and water and our commitment to creating a space that honors that vision. Before I get into it, I want to highlight a specific mental health report. The work in the department is grounded in the voice and the unique experiences of our community, which does help us to identify priorities and needs. So I'm very pleased to share the release of the report, Mental Health Status Among the Métis Population of Alberta. This report is a groundbreaking first. It's our first quantitative look at mental health among Métis folks in Alberta. It provides essential data to truly understand the mental health needs of our citizens, and it covers the incidence and prevalence of various mental health conditions. It's crucial for guiding the development of programs, services, and policies within the Otipemisiwak Métis government and across all levels of government to support mental wellness and recovery. For those that would like to access the full report, please visit the MNA Health Research webpage. So our recovery model, one that we're building in partnership with the Government of Alberta, is based on the belief that everyone deserves support and minimal barriers on their journey to recovery. Traditionally, substance use programs focused on managing acute issues, which, while life-saving, often overlooked long-term wellness and recovery, but we're changing that. In partnership with our government, we're transitioning to a recovery-oriented system of care. This new approach aims to create a complete continuum of services, from prevention and intervention to treatment and long-term recovery. Over the past year, we've worked hard not to just establish a single recovery community, but to lay the groundwork for a network of community-based services. And today, I'm excited to focus on one key area, Healing Waters. You'll see this news report, and we discussed it this morning. Our main goal is to support Albertans on their recovery journey. They're a holistic, long-term program that offers residential substance use treatment, and clients, our own community members who are referred to these programs, can stay for up to a year and benefit from services that improve their health relationships and give them the skills to be successful. These communities provide a range of culturally appropriate services, including opioid agonist therapies, counseling, employment support, training, financial assistance, and housing. Clients can stay on site or participate in cultural and on-the-land programming under supervision. The province plans to establish 11, with 2 already operational in Red Deer and Lethbridge, and we are so excited to be the 5th and final Indigenous-led site. And this achievement reflects a significant partner with the Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions, and we are especially grateful to Honourable Minister Dan Williams for his vision and support, as well as to our technical staff and leadership for their dedication to this important project. Healing Waters is a secure Métis-led addictions recovery community, which is situated on a river lot near the North Saskatchewan River, which is deeply rooted in Métis tradition. We're combining Métis healthcare with top recovery medicine to offer holistic programming that integrates the best practices from both worldviews, tailored to meet an individual need. And we're excited about a planned provincial investment in Smoky Lake County to bring this vision to life. This isn't our recovery center, but you may be familiar with this building. It is evidence of the incredible relationship that the Métis Nation has with Smoky Lake. It's with that same relationship and aesthetic in mind that we will outfit Healing Waters. This beautiful structure is one that we know the residents of our center and the county, as well as our nation, can be proud of. And it is in alignment with all of the historical requirements for the area. Extensive engagement was done to create the perfect aesthetic at Métis Crossing. And it's with that engagement in mind that the Métis Nation will proceed with this project. Our facility will be brick and mortar construction with finishes that adhere to the planning guidelines, but also with cultural considerations that will serve to support clients while highlighting the beauty of our prairies. So please imagine this footprint with the aesthetic of Métis Crossing. And I want to talk about the importance of recovery capital. Think of it as hope, because that is the objective of this project, hope. Or you can think of it as a bank account for recovery, except the currency isn't money, it's connections, relationships, skills, love, support, belonging, trust, and hope. All the things that are core values of our people and our communities. So just like building savings in a bank, increasing recovery capital helps individuals when they need to draw on these resources. The quality and quantity of all the supports that are put in place are crucial for a successful recovery. In other words, strong recovery capital can lead to significant changes like ending addiction, starting recovery, improving coping skills, and enhancing quality of life. In essence, building and nurturing recovery capital is key to achieving lasting recovery and improving overall well-being. The Otipemisiwak Métis government is honored to have spent this last fiscal year turning this project into a reality. And in summary, we're contributing to a transformative shift towards a recovery-oriented system of care where we emphasize a holistic approach to substance use treatment. Our Healing Waters, our Healing Waters recovery community, you should clap for that. That's incredible. Our Healing Waters recovery community is deeply rooted in Métis tradition and will integrate Métis health practices with that advanced medicine with the aim to provide supportive and comprehensive recovery experiences for our people. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Secretary Mitchell and Director Bartel. Are there any questions in respect to the report on mental health and addictions? Perfect. Microphone number 2.
Sorry. Hi, I'm Emily Marco. Thank you for everything that you've been saying. You're a wonderful speaker, by the way. But I was just wondering the timeline of when this would be available and
absolutely, that's a wonderful question.
Looks like.
So we've broken ground already. We hope to have construction completed by fall of 2025 per our developer. The operations will be in 2026. We're anticipating 6 months to a year just in terms of hiring everybody that we need to get moving. So we think 2026 will be our grand opening.
Beautiful, thank you.
You're welcome.
Microphone number 1.
Hi, Susan Cunningham for District 21. You have a lot of support for addictions, for alcohol and drugs. Do you have any support for the other addictions, like sex addictions, eating disorders, things like that, as well as mental health? We've got a lot of mental health people who can't work, are on AISH, and are placed in slum apartments for housing. Is there anything for them for the support and help? They need housing, they need mental health support on site.
Thank you so much for your question. The answer is yes, we do have some other supports. They aren't enough. I'm not going to stand up here and tell you they are. That's why I exist. I'm continuing to advocate alongside the leadership you've elected to try to get all of those things. So we do have access to counseling. We do have access to referrals to our housing program, which does tend to support. We are working on navigation, but we do have a one-on-one supports and services navigator that can work individually to make sure. The big programs that we run are based on engagements that we did over a period of, say, it was 2019 to 2021, where we explored the key priorities of the Métis Nation within Alberta. So we had to start somewhere. So what I would encourage you to do, if there's specific things that you need, if there's specific things that any of you need, please reach out to health@métis.org and let us know so that we can start working on it.
Okay, I've got someone in hospital with 2 broken ankles that can't go home. She put in a housing application and is not getting even a phone call and no answer from the phone as to the application at status.
I want to respect that question. However, I'm not housing. So I'd invite you to meet with the housing at the trade show and convey those concerns or reach out to their contact. Alternatively, if you reach out to health@métis.org, I can help you forward that along.
Do you have the advocate's information?
I will not. I am the health department, not housing. But I can support you in getting that answer if you send me an email.
Microphone number 1.
I have a comment and a question.
Sure.
This facility, this program that you guys are about to, embark on, what would be different from what they have, like, say, at the Bonneville Rehab, Poundmakers Lodge? Because they also provide, those type of services. I'm not sure how far or how deep they go regarding mental health, but I think that's a very important thing to deal with because we see a lot of that. In my career as a government worker, we dealt with so much mental health issues, like they may not be drinking, may not be doing drugs, but the mental health aspect, the issues are still there. So I'm just wondering, what would you guys do, in that situation? But also keep in mind the family, because more often than not, most of the emphasis is put on the or the addict or the drunk, but not really working with the family, because the family becomes just as sick as the individual, while they're practicing. So we have to involve the family. This facility, looking at the facility, I hope, somewhere during their treatment that the family can be invited for a week or 2 of their, sessions so that, work can begin with them, because a healthy family will produce healthy people and that sort of thing.
Yeah. That's wonderful observations and observations that we share. So thank you for that. What makes it different from other programs that exist is that we're incorporating Métis culture. So many of the programs that exist right now are a pan-Indigenous approach, which tends to honor the traditions of our First Nations relations, which is absolutely fine, and many Métis people actually subscribe to those traditions. But we do have some of our own unique stories, our own elders and knowledge keepers that have things that we can infuse into our recovery journey. That will be the difference. To answer the component related to families, there is a family component. Family is recovery capital. They build hope. They build support if it can be done. Sometimes those bridges are not able to be repaired, friend, but we absolutely are looking at a holistic approach that will be inclusive of the family, and we do have a very good working relationship as part of the mandate of Secretary Paula Look and Secretary Mitchell. They are asked to collaborate with other departments to make sure those things are incorporated into their programming to support our health and well-being and our mental health. So we're working alongside our leadership to ensure that we have those open lines of communication to access family program from our other departments as well. Thanks for the question.
Any other questions? One more question? And this will be the last for this subject. Microphone number 2.
I'm Donna Sinclair Gullion from District 21, but my question has to do with, I don't know what district it is, it's Edmonton.
Okay.
I have a family member there. I heard you say that the federal government pays for the health services and the provincial government is responsible for delivering the health services. Now, what happens when a person needs some intervention with emergency health care? I know a young fellow that called for emergency health care, and he had an immediate response from the EMTs, and because it was a holiday, well, his landlord has a policy of not using a master key to open the door, and he couldn't get up to open the door for himself. So the fire department had to break in, do a forced entry. That happened in January. In May, he's got a bill of $2,100 to pay for the door damages because the city of Edmonton is refusing to cover the costs of the damage incurred by the city of Edmonton's fire department. He lives on Aish. That's $1,800 a month. He cannot afford to pay $2,100. He didn't get his damage deposit back. All of this because he had a emergency health care need. Nobody told him that he would have to pay for the damages incurred if there's a forced entry to give him health care. Is there any way that the Métis Association or representative could even give me advice to pass on to this young fella?
Thank you. I share the horror at that story, as I'm sure you all do. What I can say is that we do have supports and services navigators that would love to hear what you need. You can email health@métis.org and we can connect that way, or you can go on our website and there is, under our health programs, a supports and services navigator component. And you can get the contact information. We'll take the story and we will see. The Métis Nation of Alberta does not have a financial support for that, so I'm going to be really upfront about that. But we do advocate on folks' behalf, and we can connect within the healthcare system and make noise. And so that is what we can do to support. And if there's anything out there, our supports and services navigators, they won't quit till they find it.
Thank you very much
You're
for
welcome.
your time.
You're welcome.
Okay, please join me in thanking one more time Secretary Paul Alex, Secretary Mitchell, and Director Bartel for bringing those reports. I'll now invite the Tourism and Economic Development portfolio holder, Secretary Lisa Sanfilippo, to the stage to bring the report for her portfolio.
I'm a little shorter than everyone. We'll bring these down. Tanashiki wow. Lisa Sanfilippo Dishini Kashan. I thank Elder Marie Schoenthal for teaching me Michif. And I really thank, as we got started here today, Elder Norma for her prayers. Thank you. I see you walking along, Elder Norma. Those prayers are so helpful and they're so felt. Especially for today. I feel like today is the first time that I really feel like I'm being introduced to each of you, or where I get to share a little bit of me with you. And so I hope you don't mind. I will share a little bit about my history, where I come from, and I really love to be together in the visiting way. So if you find me later, I would love to sit down and hear from you. So I'm so honored to stand before you today as your Cabinet Secretary of Tourism and Economic Development and as the citizens representative for the Rocky View Métis District. I come from the historical heart of the Red River Métis, where the Assiniboine River meets the Red River, where these two great bodies of water come together and become friends. This place is now known as Winnipeg, where my journey began, but I have settled in Ochtok, which is Blackfoot for Big Rock. It's where the Sheep River comes through the land that the Old North Trail crosses through, which is one of the oldest Indigenous superhighways and comes all the way up here. I've settled there for 20 years with my 5 children. I also now have a son-in-law, and I have 2 angel babies. I am grateful for where I get to live, and it is there through an interconnectedness with the land and with the people and all of the relations there that it blesses me and my family to feel like home. And as such, I've been claimed by Michif, by the Métis Nation of Alberta. Myself and my 5 children have been citizens now for quite a number of years. But I also have ancestry from here. I'm the 3rd great-granddaughter of Maria Grande and the Honorable Pascal Breland. He was known as le roi de traiteurs, the king of the traders. He served as a politician in the Legislative Assembly of the Northwest Territories, appointed to the temporary Northwest Council, appointed to the Executive and the Legislative Councils of Rupert's Land and the Northwest Territories. He was a key translator and advocate for the rights and well-being of our First Nations cousins in the treaty-making process. So I am his 3rd great-granddaughter. I'm also the 4th great-granddaughter of Mary Madeleine Desmarais, the 2nd wife of Cuthbert Grant Jr. He was not only a leader, but a visionary for our people. Cuthbert led the Battle of Seven Oaks, which we now call the Victory at Frog Plain, and that is where the first Métis flag flew proudly. That's right, thank you, yes. So my connection to these ancestors and their stories and their struggles has helped shape me into the woman that I am today. Through what artist and author Asha Frost describes as doing the healing work on the shadow parts of my identity. I've sought the guidance of elders and the Creator who have shown me the vision that He has for me. It's the vision of reclaiming our culture for my family, of bridging diverse worlds, and of working to build a future that honors our past. I feel this in my DNA, and I hope that you can feel that as I share that with you today. Before I stepped into this role, I spent a decade at PwC Canada. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with PwC, it's a place where you might need a spreadsheet to keep track of all of your spreadsheets. But on a serious note, it was a time of growth where I coached over 1,000 business consultants worldwide. We developed strategies, built trust, and turned $2 million accounts into $10 million accounts. But the most valuable lesson that I learned is never underestimate the power of a well-timed coffee break. It's amazing how much creativity a little caffeine can inspire. I also led the firm's Indigenous Inclusion Network and developed the first Truth and Reconciliation framework for them. That was the most meaningful work that I did there. I worked to weave in the spirit of Wokotowin, honoring the voices of all of our relatives, human and non-human, in the spirit of Atsutsis Kakimatop, which is Blackfoot for when everybody works together, combining our efforts, into every facet of our work and believing in the power of community and collaboration. This work also supported me in building an approach and methodology to this portfolio. I brought that knowledge with me. The method that I've taken, because I feel like you'll always hear me say, I'm new to politics. I don't know what a politician is, but I've been prepared for this work. And it's going to take each of you and your support to help do what we need to do in the next, now 3 years of my mandate. The methodology was to gather, design, develop, and deploy. I'm also currently a graduate student pursuing a Master's of Education in Educational Research on reconciliation, decolonization, as well as Blackfoot ways of knowing. Now, as your Cabinet Secretary of Economic Development and Tourism, I'm excited and honored to represent you. Economic development is more than just a portfolio, it's the backbone of nation building. It gives our government the economic freedom to advance the needs and aspirations of you, the citizens, based on what we, together, decide what's important and not what others or other governments think we need. Our approach to economic development is about more than just traditional business models. It's about supporting you in realizing your dreams, whether that means starting a business, scaling up a business, or finding new opportunities to grow through skill development and procurement. We aim to invest in micro businesses, artists, and other ventures that reflect who we are as a people. Initiatives that may not fit into a colonial vision of economic development, but are vital to our identity and our prosperity. As Louis Riel said, our people will sleep for 100 years, but then when they awake, it will be the artists who give them their spirit back. That time is now. We are awake, and we're thriving. So as I conclude in this opening section, I want to remind you that this work that we're doing is not just for us. Everything that I do and that we are doing under this mandate is for our children, our grandchildren, and so on. It's for the young Métis who will grow up knowing their culture, speaking their language, walking with pride in their identity. It's for our elders who have carried the flame of our heritage through the darkest times and who inspire us to keep that flame burning bright. We are a people who have always found a way to thrive, even in the face of adversity. And now, as we stand on the cusp of a new era of economic empowerment, we must remain true to our roots while embracing the opportunities that lie ahead. And a thank you, Marcy, for your trust and support as we continue to journey together. Again, I'm so honored to serve as your Cabinet Secretary of Tourism and Economic Development. I'm committed to working for the betterment of our nation. We will build that future that honors the past, empowers the present, and secures our place in the world for generations to come. Currently, economic development sits within the Intergovernmental Relations Department, and you heard from them a little earlier today. Tyler Fetch is the leader of that department, and he is at his niece's wedding this weekend. And if there's anything that I've learned so far with working for our government is that our families come first. And so I'm glad that Tyler's with his niece for her wedding. So we'll pardon his absence. And in his stead, we have Wyatt Telford, who spoke with you earlier, and he's going to come up and share about where economic development sits and what they've been doing as the acting manager of intergovernmental relations. Wyatt.
Hello again, everyone. All right. As Lisa, Secretary Sanfilippo had said, intergovernmental relations also has the economic development portfolio and supports that work. So I will dive right into our annual report. So starting off, economic development, with the passage of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act under the UNDRIPA Action Plan in June 2023, through a renewed nation-to-nation relationship grounded in the recognition of Indigenous rights, the Government of Canada aims to address the economic barriers for Indigenous individuals and businesses. As highlighted in UNDA Shared Priority 74, this involves building on the work of the National Indigenous Economic Development Board Report and the National Indigenous Economic Strategy. Among other strategic frameworks, these efforts seek to mitigate the lasting negative impacts of the colonial policies that have created inequitable standards of development between Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities across Canada. Budget 2023 had a proposed allocation in 2023-24 during that fiscal year to Indigenous Service Canada to support the co-development of an economic reconciliation framework. This framework, developed in collaboration with Indigenous communities and businesses, will clarify the roles of the federal government and the Indigenous organizations, or many Indigenous organizations' governments, in advancing economic reconciliation, ensuring that the distinct needs and interests of Indigenous peoples are respected and reflected. The Otipemisiwak Métis government will be engaged with Canada to ensure that our rights are being heard and are included in this framework. In February 2024, members of the IGR team attended a National Economic Reconciliation Forum held in Richmond, BC. The forum was a two-day discussion of economic development and economic reconciliation in a Métis Nation context. The Otipemisiwak Métis government brought members of the Kacitasqatnao Otipemisiwak Métis government art collective to highlight the ways in which we view economic development in the Métis Nation. And while we fully support and promote traditional forms of economic development, we have also put focus and resources into promoting cultural economic development. This is a shift in the ways governments may view economic development, and we want to highlight and promote the work we do to support our artists in making their dreams a reality. Just as we work to support entrepreneurs in other fields, in the end, it was apparent that we have some work to do in defining what economic development means to us, but we are on a good path towards that end. We have also been working with Indigenous Services Canada to find ways to improve procurement access for federal projects. The Government of Canada has a commitment to a goal that 5% of all Indigenous-owned, or 5% of all procurement contracts will be with Indigenous peoples and their businesses. This means that Indigenous-owned businesses and professionals have an improved chance to be awarded contracts from the federal government. And in 2023, Canada spent about $4.6 billion in procurement contracts. That makes their target for Indigenous procurement around $230 million. This is a big opportunity for our businesses, and IGR has been working with Canada to build a series of procurement events to bring our businesses together with Canada's procurement officials and hopefully make the process a bit easier. And we also want to make sure that we get input from businesses as to how the process could be improved. And we're looking forward to hearing from you looking forward to hearing more in the future as we look to host events in the fall. You can also stop by the trade show at the IGR booth tomorrow, as well as we'll have a Alberta Métis Works booth to find out a little bit more on those initiatives. All right, partnerships and relationships. While our economic development and industry relations team shrunk dramatically in the past few years, we have continued to actively seek opportunities to develop relationships with willing partners all throughout Alberta. Notable companies with which the Otipemisiwak Métis government has relationship agreements include Axis, Arnett Burgess, Avid Energy Services, and Apex Well Servicing, Business Development Bank of Canada, Cascade Projects, Crescent Point Energy, Epcor, Flint Energy, GNS Industrial Trailer Services, Single Source Project Management, Wilcia Management, H2 Safety Services, and Indigenous Incubator Inc. Métis Works. The Otipemisiwak Métis government maintains a growing database of verified Métis-owned businesses. This was initially focused on oil and gas, but is now expanded to include other business types, some examples being catering and consulting, as well as many others. This database is accessible to industry and others seeking to find and hire verified Indigenous businesses, further supporting economic development within the Métis community. In our efforts to enhance database connectivity with Indigenous Services Canada and the Indigenous Business Directory, we have engaged in collaborative discussions with the Government of Canada's Business Directory. Our goal is to establish a seamless integration between Alberta Métis Works and the Indigenous Business Directory. While a final decision on the connection method is pending, we are considering the implementation of a locator, indicator, or profile number that both databases can utilize to identify businesses registered with Alberta Métis Works. This would allow Indigenous Business Directory to verify Métis businesses through Métis Works, not requiring our businesses to register on two databases, or Canada to send verification requests to us. We want to ensure that the verification can be one step and quickly completed. Additionally, as stated above, we are planning events and workshops in collaboration with Indigenous Services Canada and Procurement Assistance Canada to be held in the fall of 2024. The agenda is being developed and will feature presentations from ISC and Alberta Métis Works detailing the process for approval as a Métis business and how to access procurement opportunities. All right, that's it. Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Telford. Are there any questions to the Economic Development General Report from the floor? Microphone number one.
Thank you. It's Jim Flood, St. Albert Sturgeon Métis Local. Numerous departments have raised the concern of funding. Where is the government currently on building own source revenue? Thank you.
Take the question offline. Just take the question offline. I'm probably not the best person to take this one, but I would be happy to have a discussion with you in the future. And we have our email as well, igr@métis.org. If you would like to, feel free to reach out. I can give you a more detailed response then.
I would just draw attention back to the economic reconciliation strategy that we're just kicking off. That will help us really through consultation with many stakeholder groups, including you, with building out what does that own source revenue look like. Truly, we're about self-determination and prosperity. Thank you,
Microphone
Jim.
number 1.
So I happen to be involved in all kinds of stuff. One of them has been over the years economic development and business development. And so when I was watching your presentation, in my mind, I guess I imagined that the Métis Nation is the big, Otipemisiwak Métis government, forgive me, Otipemisiwak Métis government, and in case is the bigger thinker, vision player. So when you created Métis Works, I see that you're creating some businesses and stuff like that. But my thought is that you would be supporting and encouraging the districts to do that, to do business, to generate revenues in their district, so that you big guys at the head would find the tools and methods and mechanisms to make that happen. So the procurement is an example and a good piece to do that federally, provincially, and all across all businesses. But that's a tool that you can teach many businesses to understand, to create how to get access to that. So I don't know how to say this. I'm not sure that the Otipemisiwak in and of itself should be getting involved in the businesses that might compete with the district, with the businesses in the district. So that's always been a concern of mine, and so I know that you guys have probably wondered about that as well and juggled with that. I've also given Michael a hard time with Apitagu's son when he was there. I don't know if he's still there. I haven't talked to him for a while about getting a better, bigger vision about having our own banks and our own real estate and our own larger loans. We're talking 150,000. Why aren't you talking the 10 million, 100 million? You know that's going on right now, that the province created these $3 billion loans that we can use to help be partners in pipelines. So that's the kind of stuff that generates revenue for the districts. So you might want to talk to us out in the community about some of the stuff, because we've had some experiences, and I think we might be able to offer some stuff. But I think you're the policymakers and the designers at that at the top level. Anyways, that's my 2 cents.
And what was your name?
I forgot. My name is Brian Fayon. Yeah.
Thank you, Ryan. I'd love to have a follow-up discussion with you. A couple clarification points. So one, Métis Works, as was discussed, is actually the directory. So it's not to create businesses, it's the directory to be a vehicle for industry, government, and other relations to connect with the businesses that we have certified to be Métis owned.
That's helpful to know. Thank you for that. And by the way, I remember the lawyer calling me to ask me if he could take that name from me. I said, yeah, that was my company name, by the way. Just bragging.
Second was your discussion about economic development in the districts, and it is a mandate of the districts to build their own economies. And so at the provincial level, we're here to support them with that. And then thirdly, I'm very excited in a few minutes to be introducing you to the new CEO of Apitogasan, Carol Sales. She'll be getting up and speaking with you next and can share a little bit more about their plans, mostly what they've been doing for the past year, because that's what this meeting is for, but a little bit about the plans ahead. But I'll go back to the heart of what I heard in your message, which is you have the answers, you have the experience, and many of our citizens here have that as well. And so as part of our economic reconciliation strategy, those consultations that we need to do is with the entrepreneurs, the Métis entrepreneurs. And so watch for those in the fall as was shared here by Wyatt, because that's how we build this is together.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We're going to go to microphone number 2, Brian. Thanks.
I didn't hear what you said.
Thank you very much. Michael DeRocher, District 17. This is almost a follow-up to what Elder Brian Fayant had just mentioned. It has, and I'm not sure if it's this one or the 220 session that I should be engaging, but it follows on that same conversation. It has to do with the duty to consult and rights holders. Recently, our area has gotten feedback concerning the duty to consult and whether or not we have credible assertion or not. And the confusion between the districts and the Otepemisiwak government seems to be confusing the air, and there's not a lot of clarity there. So I guess if you're able to define that a little bit better or give some clarification on that, that might be very helpful for us, because we don't know how to combat those people that are coming to us from industry saying, well, do you have credible assertion? And the answer is no, because right now it's being held up in the government's lines.
So Michael, I'm going to direct you to table number 16, a little bit forward to you and to your right. The Director of Consultation is sitting at that table, and we'd be happy to have that discussion with you offline.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That concludes the time for that section of the Economic Development Report. I'll thank Mr. Telford for his time and invite Secretary Sanfilippo to talk a little bit about tourism in Métis Crossing.
Yes, so I just turned 46 this year. I'm very proud of that. Every year is a gift. But what came along with that is a new hair accessory, or sometimes face accessory. I'm getting used to it, you guys. All right, so tourism plays a crucial role in nation building. Métis Crossing, our cultural gathering place, is not just a destination, it's a homecoming. Now, I don't want to oversell it, but last time I visited, even the bison looked like they were having the time of their lives. Okay, seriously though, there's something about gathering in a place surrounded by artifacts where our ancestors lived and settled. It's like a family reunion, only with fewer awkward questions about when you're getting married. Over the last 5 years, we have seen a 72% increase in citizenship. So say that again. Over the last 5 years, we have seen an increase of 72% in citizenship. That's right. So what that means to me is that there are many of us who were like me over the last 10 years, reclaiming our culture. There's also many of you that are seeking a deeper connection to your roots. And so with that, I invite you to visit Métis Crossing. The land, the plant relatives, and the animal relatives there have gifted me with a profound sense of belonging. They filled my soul with sunsets over the rolling hills, the beaver along the river, and the bison in their home have just been so generous in the gifting in their experiences. And those experiences are for you too. In the past year, over 2,000 Métis have visited Métis Crossing. So there's a lot more of you who need to get up there. We've also seen, in the last year alone, $1.2 million was spent internally at Métis Crossing, supporting events like Métis Fest, our AGM last year, Citizens Council, and cabinet meetings. Did you guys know that we meet there? Having those meetings on cabinet and Citizens Council in that beautifully historic place is so incredibly special and inspiring to us. That $1.2 million that was spent internally, that is us investing in our own nation development and nation building. Outwardly, Métis Crossing teaches others about our culture and make a significant impact on the community surrounding it. I've been to some municipal meetings in that area, and I felt such gratitude from our neighbors there and for our good relations. Relations that benefit their schools, businesses, and communities. Métis Crossing to me is truly becoming a pillar of reconciliation and truth. And it's a place where we can share our story with the world while strengthening our ties to each other. And so with that, over to Juanita Marois, the CEO of Métis Crossing.
Thank you. It is such an honor to be here at the very first Citizens Gathering. This is a historic moment that I think we all really need to celebrate and appreciate. Now, the dream of Métis Crossing began decades ago with our past leaders, our ancestors telling us that they wanted a place to share and to celebrate who we are as a nation of Indigenous people. And our leadership took a big step in purchasing that land in 2001 at Métis Crossing. And we have grown, like this nation, we have grown so much in the last few years. I'll just acknowledge that Métis Crossing is located on very historic Métis land in what is now the Victoria District National Historic Site. But it was the first place where our ancestors came down the highway of the North Saskatchewan River and created a home, created a community, and now we're reestablishing that at Métis Crossing. Now, I have the honor, I think, of being the first affiliate to present to the very first Citizens Gathering, and we are an affiliate of the Métis Nation. Our nation had the dream, but they also had the foresight to know to create what we needed to create at Métis Crossing, we needed a separate corporate entity. So Métis Crossing was created, the land in 2001, Métis Crossing Limited as a for-profit corporation in 2005. As we started developing and growing our cultural and educational experiences, we created the Métis Crossing Experience Company, which operates and oversees the cultural and educational programming there. When we built our lodge at Métis Crossing, CRA said, I don't think you're just a not-for-profit organization. So we created Métis Crossing Ventures, which is the operating company for our for-profit operations there. We created a joint venture with the local rancher, Lonesome Pine, to create visions, hopes, and dreams at Métis Crossing Wildlife Park. And most recently is Métis Crossing Ranch, which we'll talk about. Now, as an affiliate, I am guided by a board of directors. As you know, our last year, we had a pretty significant change within the Métis Nation of Alberta. So the board of directors that I reported to at the beginning of the year was comprised of our elder, Art Cunningham. We always turn to our elders at Métis Crossing to guide our programming and our governance. Former Vice President Dan Cardinal, former President Audrey Patra, our self-proclaimed blonde-haired, blue-eyed white guy is Andy Popko, and Dwayne Zaraska as well. We finished the year with a different board of directors, where we added Secretary Sanfilippo and President Andrea Sandmeyer. These people continue to guide and lead everything that we do at the Crossing. Now, we have a pretty big vision out there. Métis Crossing is a place of inspiration, sharing the warmth and strength of our rich and distinct Métis culture, offering legendary experiences that elevate the spirit and enrich lives. Our mission, we are a major initiative of the Métis Nation within Alberta. We are a signature destination of Métis cultural sharing, education, gathering, and business development. We too are a tool of economic development. We have 4 goals at Métis Crossing that have stood pretty solid, so we want to share and celebrate our Métis story with all people. Secondly, we want to be a gathering place. I do believe the second Citizens Gathering will be at Métis Crossing. We need to be financially self-sustainable, and we've done that through minimizing capital debt. Now, we have a very interesting mandate at Métis Crossing. We have a lot of stakeholders. First and foremost, our stakeholders are the Métis Nation within Alberta, all of our departments, all of our citizens, and certainly our affiliates as well. So we work a lot with environment and climate change, with the development of Soleil-Prézanne, our solar field, as well as our newest initiative is the Alberta Métis Nature Trust Society and the Métis Crossing Ranch. With youth services, we host Alberta Métis Fest. Children and family services, we have our Connecting Through Culture programs, which are absolutely my favorite thing that happen out at Métis Crossing. Early learning programs, health through Quit Core programs, truth and reconciliation, and certainly a number of Rupert's Land Institute programs happen out with us as well. But we also have a very external facing mandate, and a lot of our stakeholders exist in the tourism industry. We work very closely with Travel Alberta, with Indigenous Tourism Alberta, with Destination Canada, with the Tourism Industry Association of Alberta, Explore Edmonton, and the Indigenous Tourism Association of Canada. These organizations openly refer to Métis Crossing as the ruby in Alberta's tourism cap. Thank you. And Secretary Sanfilippo also acknowledged our very important community relations. We work very closely with Smoky Lake County, the town of Smoky Lake, the Smoky Lake Tourism Company, and Lakeland Country. They have actually developed a tourism strategy for the region based on the work that this nation has done at Métis Crossing. Thank you. We've actually flipped the tourism industry on its head. It used to be big foreign corporations came in and developed hotels and resorts, and then they shared a little bit with the local community. We are the developer, and we are building an industry on what we've created there at the crossing. And we do that mostly through educational programs, cultural programs through K-12, teachers' professional development. The cultural programs that we have are Paddle into the Past, our wildlife park tours, Through the Eye of the Hunter. All of those deep dive experiences are based on elements of our culture, but not elements of a culture that used to exist. We talk about the past, the present, and the future. We are on that land because it is historic, and we'll be there for generations to come. We have accommodations, and we're very conscious of the range of accommodations. So we have a campground where people can come and stay for $25 a night, or the RV park for $45. We have trappers tents where people can stay for $120 a night. We have the lodge where you're at $280. And strangely, the busiest part of Métis Crossing are our sky watching domes where you have to pay $450 a night. People want to come and experience what we have to offer at Métis Crossing. And we are also a full-service event center now. We have weddings booked every weekend from May to September this year and next year. People are booking Métis Crossing over a year ahead of time right now. And corporate and government retreats are also a hugely important element of what we do. Now, Secretary Sanfilippo talked about the $1.2 million spend from the Métis Nation and our affiliates at Métis Crossing. It's so nice to know that $1.2 million is reinvested in our facilities and in our people. That money doesn't leave our nation and go elsewhere. It stays with our community. And by the way, Métis people never pay general admission to come to Métis Crossing. You are welcome all the time, and we're just getting ready to roll out a 20% discount for all Métis citizens across the province. Thank you. And to support our goal for self-sufficiency at Métis Crossing, we are doing a lot of work with the travel trade. What that means is we're working with companies from Germany, from the UK, from the USA, from Japan and Australia, and they are incorporating Métis Crossing into tours of this nation. So people will buy 2-week tours to come to Canada. 2 nights of that are spent at Métis Crossing, because they want to learn about who we are. We are so integral to the story of Canada that people from all around the world are coming to learn more about us and about how we have helped to build this country. Thank you. Now, I just want to look at our source of business. We talked a little bit about the $1.2 million that the Métis Nation currently invests in Crossing. We want to continue that always. But what we also want to do is increase the proportion of revenue that comes from outside. Just like Canada, just like Alberta, we want to get those foreign dollars spent in our community so that we can invest those into more facilities and more team members and more social programs at Métis Crossing. So by 2027, we want to have over 30% of our visitation coming from abroad, from outside of Alberta. And they're willing to stay longer and spend a lot more. I want to talk a little bit about how we've developed Métis Crossing as well, because it really matters. Our ancestors walked on that land before we do. And our elders and the former leadership of the Métis Nation chose that location for a reason, and it's because it's special. We, and and Lisa was just talking about the relationship to the land and the people. You feel that. People, when they come to Métis Crossing, they feel, the stress leaves me as I come into the river valley and stay here at Métis Crossing. So everything we do, we build in relationship with the land. We have a circular economy that we're trying to, a circular economy in terms of using what the land gives us. So our menu is built on foods that the land gives us. We've drilled our own well. We're going to treat that water to a place at which we can redistribute it back, not the water, the waste, what goes in must come out, to a level at which we can redistribute it back on the land so our buffalo can eat it and then we can eat our buffalo. So we're trying to honor the land and the way that it was given to us. We want to make sure that we leave it to the next generation even better. Now that leads me to the next very exciting thing, is that in December, in partnership with the Métis Nation of Alberta, Environment and Climate Change, we purchased an additional 1,125 acres of land surrounding Métis Crossing. With that, we bought buffalo as well. Now that land will be transferred to the Alberta Métis Nature Trust, and it was partially funded by a federal program called Nature Smart Climate Solutions. And we partner with Nature Conservancy of Canada right now. Our commitment is to reestablish those bison back on that land base as the keystone species and let them do the work that they do best to restore natural northern prairie grasslands that would have existed there 2,000 years ago when they were the owners of that land. So that's our work, and this is our very first baby bison born on that land, and we had over 120 babies this year. Aren't they beautiful? Now, some of our accomplishments in the past year, we did win the Indigenous Tourism Association of Canada Leading the Way in Sustainability Award. They recognize that what we're doing is the appropriate way to do tourism development. I was recognized as one of the Globe and Mail's change makers as 50 emerging business leaders. It's amazing how doing things in an Indigenous way is finally being acknowledged around the world. Both of our buildings, our Cultural Gathering Center in 2020, won the Best Prairie Wood Award for the educational facility built out of wood in this province, and our lodge won the Best Commercial Facility in this province as well. Now, the picture that you're seeing on the right, that is the cover of Travel and Leisure magazine. Travel and Leisure has over 11 million readers around the world, and we were voted by them as one of the top 50 places in the world to visit last year. It's amazing how our culture is leading the way. People want to know and reconnect with the land, with their families, and with themselves, and they're learning that we do it better. Now, our team is amazing, and I'm going to take this moment selfishly to tell you we have a trade show booth, or we will tomorrow. We are looking for team members that are part-time and are full-time. We're looking for team members on a year-round basis. We need people not just as cultural interpreters, though that is the core, but also on our culinary team, on our facilities team, in human resources, in administrative, retail, and everything. We have full-time, permanent, or part-time roles at Métis Crossing for our Métis people, and I invite you to come and meet my team in the trade show booth and start to work with us because we have the best view in the Métis Nation. Thank you. And just a little bit about the future. We do have plans to create an Indigenous retreat area where we really facilitate the reconnection of people to the land and to themselves. This year we've added 2 of these with funding support from Travel Alberta and Prairies Canada. And we're also adding a spa building, which will have a sauna as well as a cold plunge. As we were starting to design this, we brought in our elders, and Art Cunningham said, the only time I ever did a cold plunge is if I fell through the ice when I was ice fishing. So some of our resources, we want you to connect back. For all of those 72% of growth in our nation, Métis Crossing is that place where you can come and ask difficult questions. What does it mean to be Métis? What is this piece of me that I've been missing for so long? Come and sit with us. I was going to say sit with the buffalo, but that's outside the fence, not inside the fence. Community gatherings. We want to see your weddings, your family reunions, all of those times when you want to bring your people together. Knowledge holders, we were talking at our shareholder meeting, and Secretary Grant mentioned that he wanted more harvesting to happen at Métis Crossing, more teaching. We need our community members to come forward and say, I have these skills to share. So I invite you to reach out if you have skills that you want to share at Métis Crossing, and certainly our artists, our makers, and our entertainers. So that's my email address up there, as well as métiscrossing@métis.org. Reach out to us. We are happy to hear from you. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any questions in respect to the Métis Crossing report? I see someone coming to the mic. This is probably the only question we have time for in respect to this report. Microphone number 2.
Hi, Garrett. Thank you. Brenda Joyce Sinclair, member of District 10. And every time I say that, I feel like I've entered Hunger Games. So here's my question. First and foremost, I loved your presentation, very exciting. I heard a lot of I's and we's, and I'm on the outside of that in a way. So here's my question. Is there any connection from all the global contacts and all the wonderful financial, resourceful networking you've done that incorporates a mechanism that our cottage industry peoples can be involved in? And I say it based on that Victoria Crossing was built from the resources of the people. It is not just something that is owned by you somehow. And so for me, in hearing that, yes, in the future there's connection, bring the artists in and all of that, but I want a greater commitment to helping build our communities, our people who do all of their, what I'm calling cottage industry, to connect into that great mechanism that you've built.
Absolutely, that is why we exist. You do have a gift shop at Métis Crossing. Our makers are Métis, and that's why I asked for more to reach out there. That is very important to us. We reach out on a consistent basis to support other operators in the region. We share opportunities with different tourism operators, certainly around the region, as well as through all of the events like the Alberta Métis Fest and our Citizens Gathering. We have an Easter market, we have a Christmas market. Those are actually based on the works of our artists and makers. So if you want to, again, we have a trade show booth. We are always looking for more, so we welcome you to come and give us your contact information so we can reach out and do more.
Thank you, Ms. Marwell.
Thank you for that, but you've missed my point.
Okay.
Is bringing our people to the same table that you're at is the point. Thank you.
So in terms of a tourism
We're going to
relationship?
have to leave that there with respect to the Métis Crossing proposal. For microphone number 1, I'm sorry to leave you hanging. I know the Secretary and Ms. Marwell would be happy to connect with you offline, though. We're going to invite Secretary Sanfilippo back up to talk about Pitagosa.
Thank you for that. And as we mentioned, our time here is so limited, so please do connect with us afterwards so we can continue the conversation. Next is on to Apitogasan. Entrepreneurship is woven into the very fabric of our identity as Métis. From our beginnings, when the Métis Nation emerged as a distinct people, we were traders, intermediaries, and leaders in the fur trade and buffalo hunts. Our ancestors didn't just participate in the economy, they shaped it, building businesses and forging connections across vast territories. This entrepreneurial spirit has always been at the heart of who we are. So today, whether you're running a business, creating art, or launching a new venture, you're continuing the legacy of our ancestors. Apitogasan, our for-profit corporation, is here to support you. From lending services to the tools that you need to start, maintain, and grow your business, Apitogason is an economic driver for our nation, fostering self-sufficiency and prosperity. Just want to make sure she's here. She is! Okay, so I am so pleased to introduce you to the new CEO of Apitogason, Carol Sales.
Hello, everyone. So thank you, Secretary Sanfilippo. As she said, I am Carol Sales, the CEO for Apitogason Métis Development. I've been with the organization just since March, so I'm very new, and I have this most amazing team that is very dedicated, and they've just made my transition into this organization very easy. The institution that we have today is solely due to the people that we have working for us and through the Métis businesses that we've supported. Apitogason is a for-profit corporation that was created in 1984 under the federal government contribution agreement with the Native Economic Development Program. In 1988 is when we began operations as a provider of commercial loan services and business advisory services. So API works with Métis entrepreneurs to create new opportunities and to expand existing businesses by providing business planning, commercial loans, and grant programs. AMD has served over 1,400 Métis clients and has lent over $100 million since its inception. That's a lot. So we offer four main services for Métis citizens. The first is commercial loan financing. In the past year, AMD approved over $5.5 million in funding assistance for new and existing businesses. In addition to that, we carried over $3.8 million in loan applications for this year, which represents 34 different projects. The primary lending criteria for Métis businesses is that the citizen must be at least a 51% owner of the company, they have to have equity in the company, they must have relevant experience, and it must be a viable opportunity. Some industry types that we have supported include restaurants, retail stores, construction companies, doctors' offices, farming operations, law offices, and in the oil and gas industry. The Métis Women in Microbusiness program assists women to start and expand their microbusiness. A microbusiness is a small business that could be part-time or full-time and includes home-based businesses. The Métis Women in Microbusiness program began just over 2 years ago and has over $1 million in borrowings. The Métis Women Microbusiness workshops that are hosted by Rupert's Land Institute are integral to the success of this program. Some micro businesses that we have supported are aesthetics, sewing, real estate, visual arts, psychology, travel, banking, and apparel businesses. The Métis Entrepreneurial Assistance Program is a reimbursement program that provides assistance for new and expanding businesses. The main qualifications for this government-funded grant is that the business must have an approved loan with API, and the citizen must be a majority shareholder in the company, and the business must be the citizen's full-time job. The grant is available for small business or large businesses and can be up to $100,000. Our subsidiary company, Pinnacle Business Services Limited, allows applicants an opportunity to access government programs through Indigenous Services Canada and loan financing through API. Pinnacle provides advisory and support services to AMD clients by preparing business plans, feasibility studies, business valuations, and provides general advice for startup businesses and growth opportunities. Pinnacle also provides aftercare services for AMD clients such as bookkeeping, tax filing, payroll, and payables processing. This is a visual on how AMD support services work together to provide full service to Métis businesses. Traditional commercial financing and women in microbusiness programs provide capital for operations and equipment to Métis businesses. Pinnacle provides the project advice, business planning, and ongoing aftercare support for businesses. And the Métis Entrepreneurs Assistance Program provides consulting services and provides capital funds through grants. AMD has become an integral service provider as the children who are now adults of clients we assisted long ago now approach AMD for their entrepreneurial support as well. Our priorities for the upcoming year include looking for new opportunities to create better business services and to have a deeper connection with our affiliates as well as the community. The staff at AMD has established an efficient office driven by commitment to client service and care. It is their contribution that drives our success. We have a booth at the trade show tomorrow, so feel free to stop by, and we are happy to answer any questions about financing your business, talking about new business opportunities, some ventures, some ideas you might have. We're happy to talk with you about all of it. We're happy to discuss business ideas, anything to do with new ventures. We love new ventures. And anything that for your existing business, just to bring it up to the next level. Our website is also a great resource for more information, but feel free to contact us at our office, or you can contact me directly for any future questions that you may have. And that is all I have.
Thank you, Manager Sales and Secretary Sanfilippo. Are there any questions in respect to the Economic Development Report? And happy to go on. Microphone number 1.
Hi, it's me again. Is there a difference between Apita Kusan and the programs that Community Futures offers? To me, it kind of sounds like they're similar. And the other thing is with somebody from the Métis settlements, by the way, I'm a proud member of the Kikino Métis settlement. But anyways, people that want to get into business from the settlements, Apita Kusan is available for those folks as well? Or do you guys talk to this person first or that one? I'm just trying to differentiate between the three.
Yes. Community Futures offers a service as well that is similar to ours. Ours is a little bit different through the grant funding that we can provide. So the government, the MEEP program, our assistance program, is through the Indigenous Services Canada and is specific to this program. And to your other question about Métis settlement citizens are also welcome to apply and come with us. We are careful. We don't want to encroach on other business opportunities, but we're more than happy to help with settlement business ventures.
Great, thank you. Any other questions in respect to this report? Comments, thoughts, going once? Then please join me in thanking Manager Sales and Secretary Sanfilippo one more time. And that brings us to the point on our agenda where it's time for a break and everyone can stand up and stretch and grab a coffee. We will recess the gathering until 3 p.m. Okay, this is your 5-minute warning. We're going to call the meeting back to order in about 5 minutes. I also have another housekeeping item. Can the owner of the brown motorhome parked on the north side of the building please go to the information booth at the front corner, please? Okay, here we go for the last leg of the day. We'll call the meeting back to order. And I will invite Secretary Joseph Chadzicki, the Secretary of Citizenship and Registry, up to the stage to introduce the Registrar's Report.
Sorry? There's a shelf there for your water. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, right on. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tansy and hello. Good afternoon, Métis citizens. It's really good to see you all. My name is Joe Shadisky, and I am the Secretary of Citizenship and Registry, and also the citizen representative for the Red Deer Métis District 3. Now, just before I move any further, I just wanted to give you a little update. This morning for quorum, we had 473. I'm going to tell you that 1:40 this afternoon, we had 641 people here. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, because we're making history here today. It's my honor and privilege to serve you in these positions. So I'm just going to give you a little information about myself. I was born in High Prairie in 1953. My mother's name at birth was Margaret Lubocan. My Kokum's name at birth was Delphine Erasmus, and her mother was born Anoski. I am a father of 2 and Muslim to 3 granddaughters. I have served the Métis Nation for well over 20 years as local vice president to local president to Region 3 vice president. I recently retired from the city of Red Deer after more than 12 years in the public transportation department. So there's a little bit about me. Now I would like to turn things over to our Register and Director of Citizenship and Registries. Help me make welcome Sean McKay.
Presentations? Oh. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. My name's Sean McKay, and I am a citizen, the registrar, and director for Métis Identification and Registry Systems. I'm pleased to present the Otipimswak Métis Government Registry Annual Report, focusing on Métis Identification and Registry Systems. So let's start off with a brief overview of the Registry Department. Our primary commitment is to ensure the integrity and Métis identification for citizens and harvesters here in Alberta. We're dedicated to providing consistent and reliable support and services to our citizens, harvesters, and M&A applicants. Our 3 key priorities for 2023 were to increase accessibility of the Registry Department throughout the province of Alberta, to validate citizenship for M&A departments and affiliates who are applying for programs and services, and lastly, to maintain the integrity of the M&A registry database for citizens and harvesters. This past year, our registry team received a total of 7,400 new applications through various channels, including in-person visits, provincial registry sessions, emails, and mail. We issued citizenship to over 8,000 applicants, marking the largest single-year increase in citizenship for the M&A. By March 31st, 2024, our total citizenship count reached 78,000 citizens. This significant growth reflects our ongoing commitment to serving the Métis community. The M&A continues to represent the largest number of identified registered Métis in Canada. As for harvesters, we identified 1,500 new Métis harvesters, totaling over 15,000 Métis harvesters. So Yeah, that's right. So regarding the accessibility of staff, registry sessions. Throughout the year, we organized and facilitated 96 registry sessions across Alberta. During these sessions, the registry team visits communities throughout the province of Alberta throughout the day and into the evening with the goal of assisting self-identifying Métis apply for M&A citizenship and harvesting. We processed over 1,600 applications, which accounts for 22% of all applications received. These sessions are critical as they allow us to engage directly with the applicants in their communities and address their needs efficiently during a time that's convenient for them. Intake extended hours. In addition to increasing accessibility to the registry team outside of the provincial head office, we continued our extended intake hours at the provincial head office. This initiative has provided applicants with greater flexibility to meet our team outside of regular office hours. In-person applications at our provincial head office has proven to be highly popular, with over 3,000 applicants choosing this method, making up 41% of the total applications. Correctional center outreach. So last year, in addition to increasing our accessibility efforts and to assist self-identifying Métis in Alberta, we continued our ongoing efforts to identify Métis in correctional centers. This past year, the registry team members have been working with the correctional institutions within Alberta to assist residents with their application. We also have additional trips planned to visit other provincial and federal correctional facilities within Alberta. These visits are important. They allow us to educate parole officers, Indigenous liaisons about the citizenship process, further extending our outreach, and to identify barriers in assisting correctional residents. So citizenship verification. Citizenship verification remains a core focus for us as we work to strengthen the integrity of our citizenship database. Our team collaborates and supports various M&A programs and initiatives, including Rupert's Land, Métis Works, National Park Pass Program Open Doors, and all M&A departments. Over the past year, we confirmed citizenship and updated addresses for over 17,000 individuals. This includes updates related to the electoral voting process and ensuring that citizens are correctly identified according to district maps. Register integrity. So lastly, the registry department continues to focus on maintaining the integrity of the register. This past year, a new citizenship law was introduced. Although not much has changed in this processing of citizenship, the new citizenship law further establishes integrity and supports our initiatives, and in conjunction with the national definition of Métis, guides our department day-to-day activities. So, in conclusion, we remain committed to serving our applicants, citizens, and harvesters on all levels in the application and identification process. Looking ahead, our focus will be on promoting registry and identifying and registering more M&A citizens and Métis harvesters, all while focusing on reducing application processing time, maintaining the integrity of the registry department, and continuing an upward trend in citizens and harvester numbers year after year. So lastly, I just need to take a quick minute to acknowledge the entire registry team. I'm not sure if anyone's in here, but our processing time for citizenship has fluctuated over the years, 12 months, 8 months, back to 12. Today we're processing citizenship in approximately 5 to 6 months and processing the largest number of applications ever, averaging 650 applications a month. In 2006, registries started re-registering citizens based on the national definition of Métis. From 2006 to 2017, so 11 years, Registry identified 35,000 citizens. In 7 short years, the Registry team has helped double citizenship from 35,000 to 70,000 today. So I just want to say to the Registry team, you guys are the best in the country at what you do. Great job, and thank you everyone for your effort. So with that being said, thank you for your time, everyone. I'll pass the mic back to the chair. And if you have any questions after, please don't hesitate to ask me in passing, or feel free to call me at the head office. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Secretary Shizuki. And to the registrar, are there any questions to the registrar's report from the floor? Microphone number 1.
Couple of questions. With the increase in applications, would you say that it was because of the Daniels decision? And also, the other question is, how many applicants have you denied? Have you come across somebody that was trying to double dip?
To answer that first question, thank you for the question, by the way. I attribute a lot of the success that we've had over the years to the amazing work that our elected officials have done, the executive office, the M&A departments and affiliates. I mean, like, they all do great work, so it kind of makes our job somewhat easy to be able to collect those applications. And to kind of answer your second question, I don't have the exact numbers, but we're currently processing citizenship right now where approximately 70% of our applicants are referencing current citizens. So the number of, it's like the family, everyone is getting their card. Once someone gets their card, it makes things a little easier for everyone else. So hope that answers your question.
Very good. Any other questions for the registrar or the secretary? Oh, there we go. Microphone number 2.
Shane Combs, District 21. Do you guys keep any numbers on how many citizens have decided to go treaty?
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Do you keep numbers on how many our citizens decided they wanted to be treaty?
We have numbers in the database when someone self-identifies as being treaty status. Yeah, we have that in the database.
You have a percentage, or?
I don't have an exact number. The number isn't overly high, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions? Well, then join me in thanking Secretary Shizuki and the registrar for the registrar's report. Another housekeeping item. I'm told if someone is missing a cell phone, there has been a cell phone found. It is located outside at the information booth. You feel free to visit the desk. I will now invite Secretary Jason Chernow to deliver the Environment, Climate Change, and Emergency Management Portfolio Report.
Tanche, bon après-midi. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jason Chernow, and I'm the elected citizens representative for the Calgary Elbow Métis District. And I've also been appointed to serve as the Provincial Secretary of Environment, Climate Change, and Emergency Management for our new Otipemisiwak Métis government. Since our historic election last September, we've been very busy working to progress the priorities and aspirations of the citizens of the OMG. Today, I'm excited to talk to you a little bit about the Environment, Climate Change, and Emergency Management portfolio. I'm going to try to be brief with this, as there's far too much going on for me to be able to cover in this short amount of time, And Director Falea has a very great presentation going over all the various programs and services underway, and I want to make sure we have time to get to that as well as answer a few questions at the end. We have an extremely talented team with the Environment and Climate Department here, and they've done tremendous work over the years. They've done tremendous work over the years to develop and facilitate many great projects, programs, and workshops, which Director Falea is going to talk a little bit more about in his presentation as well. However, one gap that still exists is emergency management. Now, this is not through the fault of the department at all. They've taken every possible opportunity to continue to advocate and look for sustainable long-term funding for an Métis-led emergency management initiative. However, to date, Métis have been excluded from all federal and provincial programs that provide funding for Indigenous-led emergency management initiatives. This has not stopped our team from getting creative and doing the best we can with what we have. At the 2023 Métis National Council AGA, a resolution was passed to add emergency management as a key priority area for the upcoming permanent bilateral mechanism. The permanent bilateral mechanism is the Canada-Métis Nation joint table where leaders of the Métis Nation sit down with federal cabinet ministers and discuss key priority areas that need to be addressed. Considerable effort was put into preparing our information and our speaking notes, and President Sandmeyer presented our concerns to the federal ministers there at the table. Unfortunately, the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, who was originally supposed to be there, had to pull out at the last moment. Unsatisfied with this, we wrote a letter to his office requesting a meeting, and eventually we were able to schedule this meeting where Director Falea and myself sat down with Minister Sajan to discuss our concerns over the lack of capacity funding for emergency management and to explore ways that Métis can be included in the development and deployment of future programs. The meeting was positive, and there was a directive from the minister to follow up with his staff to continue the conversation and look for amicable solutions. Another step we've taken to address the gap in emergency management is the creation of the Citizens Council Emergency Management Committee, consisting of a representative from each of the 5 territories within the province, the president, and myself as the chair. Through the collective efforts of the Environment and Climate Department, as well as the Emergency Management Committee, we have been able to provide relief funding for Métis citizens affected by the partial evacuation of Fort McMurray, and also those citizens currently being affected by the devastating fire that went through Jasper. We've created a program which allows for the quick and efficient deployment of relief funds for citizens affected by natural disasters. The Emergency Management Committee has also been working closely with Rupert Land Institute's emergency response team, who has been on the ground providing supplies to people being affected by these emergencies as well. There's been so many things going on over the past year that I could go on and on all day, but we have a lot to get through today, so I'll keep the ball rolling, but I encourage any of you to come and chat with me if you have any questions or just want to talk about what's been going on. And with that, I would like to pass the mic over to Director Andreas Falea. Director Falea is dedicated to advancing the environment and climate goals of Métis people within Alberta, and has had tremendous success with delivering meaningful programs and attaining landmark achievements for our nation, like the opening of our solar farm, Soleil Présent, which is 100% owned by the Métis Nation and is the largest Indigenous-owned solar project in Canada. It's very exciting. Soleil Présent sells energy back to the grid, and just between December 2023 and May 2024, it generated over $100,000 of income for our nation. Director Falea, through his pragmatic approach to his work, has led to creating many great things for our people. Please give a warm welcome to Director Falea.
Hi, thank you. I just figured that I should grab some water before my presentation. 15 minutes, and I have like 40 slides, so we'll go really, really quick. What do we do? Environment and climate change. we provide programs and opportunities for our citizens to reduce impact to the environment and support their connection to the land. We promote involvement in land stewardship. And we're a new department. We were newly formed in 2022. I'm not going to go through the whole slide because I'm going to tell a little bit of a story through pictures. These are the folks that do all the work. There's 26 photos here, and we keep growing. And I noticed some of my departments there. Hello, team. Sustainability, this is where we try to reduce impact on greenhouse gas emissions. Why? Because the Métis Nation of Alberta Annual General Assembly told us to do so back in 2017. They told us that we need to reduce GHG emissions, we need to increase Métis involvement and awareness of climate change, and create capacity and economic opportunities for MNA citizens, or Ottawa Métis government citizens. And so we started looking at solar. We've installed these projects in 36 of our sites. We have 457 kilowatts of energy, and we offset about 80 Alberta homes every year. But we didn't want to stop there, and Secretary Cherno just mentioned that we have now energized what we're calling Soleil Présent, a gift from the sun. This is our wholly MNA or Ottawa Métis government-owned solar project in Alberta. We partner with Métis Crossing, the town of Smoky Lake and Smoky Lake County, and we were able to secure $13.1 million in funding to get this built. So we're really, really excited and proud about this project. There's a really neat video, if you want to get your phones, and maybe I'll stop here for 10 seconds, where you can see the why of this project and why it's so important. And really recently, during June 21st, we celebrated our grand opening. So this is, again, a picture with President Sandmeyer, Secretary Cherno, and some dignitaries as well. We also look at our efficiency. We want to make sure that our buildings are efficient. So again, this just gives you an idea. We're continuously looking at our buildings, assessing whether or not they're operating efficiently, and then we liaise with our buildings and operations team to make sure that we are as efficient as we can be. And then most recently, we have been trying to line up funding for our affiliates and departments to secure sustainability officers. So we're not only doing sustainability within the Ottawa Métis government, we also want to expand that to other departments and institutions of the Ottawa Métis government. Environmental monitoring. So one of the other things that we do is making sure that we understand the issues that our Métis citizens are seeing in terms of the environment. Our main initiative here is ISKI, Cree word for Earth. We monitor citizens' concerns, so whether that's berry, fish, birds. We also give citizens an opportunity to report their concerns. So you may have seen our Berry Health Community Program, migratory bird surveys, iHunter, berry health monitoring. We do a lot on social media to ensure that we continuously collect these issues, our observations that our citizens are seeing. And then we also host a multitude of knowledge-sharing events, plant walks, youth ice fishing, as well as bird walks most recently. Conservation. This is where we're aiming to reduce impact of the environment. We aim to protect land, waters, and airs to ensure that there's lands for our citizens to connect with land. Our key initiative here has been really securing what we call Indigenous Protected and Conserved Areas. In 2023, not 2013, 2023, we actually secure our first, what we're calling our pilot Indigenous Protected and Conserved Area in Lamont County, about an hour east of Edmonton. Again, there's a really neat video on what we're finding there. There's a QR. I'll revisit this QR codes at the end. We're looking at things that, what should we call this area? What opportunities do we see in this land? How should we maintain it? And we're looking at some neat things around like, hey, maybe we can host citizen events here. We're doing bee surveys here, and we're also installing some infrastructure. Then as Juanita Marois mentioned in the Métis Crossing presentation, we also partner with Métis Crossing to purchase 1,100 acres of land around Métis Crossing for the purpose of conservation and restoration of grassland habitat. We have a conservation land access dashboard. If you want to learn more about it, go to our website, but essentially tells you if you want to fish, if you want to harvest, what type of areas you might be around you that maybe you didn't know of. And then we have a really, really popular native bee conservation program where we provide bee hotels to our citizens every year. If you want to see a model of that, we're actually at the trade show. Further down, then we have a model of it. So again, very, very popular. We got media all over this. You know, a lot of our work really comes from the community, and we make sure to continuously engage our community, whether that's with social media or in person. So these are just a little examples of what we do on social media to raise awareness of our programs, but also to get people engaged. We do a lot of work at the national level, and most recently, we've been able to do some work at the international level. This is myself actually talking a little bit about our Métis Crossing solar project at COP in Dubai, so we're really excited to there. And then most recently, we collaborated with Métis National Council, and we released our first ever Métis Nation climate change strategy. And as I said, we host a lot of in-person events. We're here today at our trade show, and we also hosted, we continuously host engagement sessions, most recently on energy and climate change. And this is just a little snapshot of what we heard. You can see a little bit more about this in our AGA report. We also host our environment and climate change speaker spotlight. It's an online, it's a virtual kind of series where we invite Métis leaders in environment and climate change. So you can find us on YouTube. Oh, and by the way, we'll be hosting one on August 21st. So if you want to learn more about harvesting with Crête Latendre, we'll be hosting one on August 21st. And then this is just one of our really cool projects, actually, that we released recently. I'm not going to try to, I'm going to try to pronounce it, but I'm probably going to get this wrong. Ancan Proti Poisson is our Métis Fish Health Guide. It's really, we interviewed 20 Métis knowledge holders to learn about what they would recommend, you know, some indicators of fish health would be. And we've released it. And then just to end, as Secretary Cherno mentioned, emergency management has been something that has been severely underfunded. However, we have been able to form some partnerships here. Most recently, as you may be aware, Jasper National Park had a horrible wildlife emergency situation, and we've partnered with Jasper House Métis District as well as Local 888, and we are now accepting applications for disaster relief supports. So if you know of anybody that has been affected and evacuated due to the Jasper National Park wildfire, please let them know that they can reach out and apply through wildfires@métis.org. It's a $200 one-time payment for eligible citizens. And the applications, as of today, remain open. And you know, looking forward, this is an area where we know we need to secure more resources. And if you want to get a hold of us, environment@métis.org, climate@métis.org, wildfires@métis.org, we'd love to hear from you. And keep an eye out on our website as well as our social media. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Falea. Any questions to the Environment, Climate Change, and Emergency Management reports? I see someone headed to microphone number 1.
Kelly Myers, citizen of District 17. I don't have a question, but I do have a comment, a statement, just something I'd like to share on behalf of the citizens of District 17. So back in May, we did have areas of Fort McMurray that were evacuated. And I just wanted to say, although we did say thank you, I wanted to extend another thank you to the Otipemisiwak Métis government, President Andrea Sandmeyer, the Emergency Management Committee, the entire committee that is led by Secretary Jason Chernow, along with our citizens representative, Brooke Branfield, who was the initial reach out for us. There was involved Secretary Bobby Paula Look, Secretary Lisa Wolf, Representative Nancy Cardinal, Representative Joe Tremblay, Representative Daryl Campbell, the whole entire committee administrative support, including Aaron Barner, Andres Falea, I apologize, Jen, Jason Eckberg, Nancy, I feel horrible if I'm missing anybody, but I just want to say that the reach out and the support that you provided and the fact that you put your thumb on the pulse and reached out to the citizens in our district on what they were going through and the additional support that you provided is greatly appreciated. So I do know that you were originally just standing up, and I think we were your test pilot, but I just wanted to say on behalf of everybody and our local council, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is this working?
Microphone number 2.
Yeah, it's a little low, but that's okay. I was wondering with regard to your solar panel projects and stuff, if there was any consideration of tying in with economic development and having an affiliate or a company create a grant system for Métis citizenship to put solar panels on their homes and further improve environment, and you're creating economic development jobs in the process and helping the environment and then helping the Métis citizenships in general on a home-by-home basis for those that have homes. It's just an observation that if you gave that any thought. Oh, by the way, I'm from District 5. My name's Grant Britton, for the record.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. So the question was about whether or not we were looking at having an M&A own like solar program essentially. And we have, since I joined the Métis Nation of Alberta back in 2017, we've been hearing that comment, and we're working on it. And I think we're really close, so can't say anything more because I know that we haven't released anything, but we've finally been able to secure some funding that may allow us to do that. So we're really, really excited. So keep an eye out.
Microphone number 2.
Michael DeRocher, District 17. This is regarding the solar program as well. Do we have funding in place for the maintenance of these things? These projects are incredibly valuable, expensive to put up, but they're equally as expensive to maintain, and they have comparably short lifespans compared to many other options. And do we have the infrastructure background to support and back these up as they need changes, batteries, etc.?
Yeah, so we have looked at, so when we conducted our pre-feasibility studies, we looked at what the cost would be and what the resource would be to ensure that we can continue to operate and maintain these we looked at 30-year lifespan. So yeah, and we actually, by the way, it's been operating since December, so we are already implementing some of those.
Is there, as a follow-up, was there a reason you went with the traditional flat panels versus the newer pole style of panels that are less susceptible to hail damage, etc.?
We looked at different options back when we did a pre-feasibility assessment. We determined that this was the most cost-effective design at that point, but this was done back in 2017 when we were first looking at it, so it may have changed now. Maybe for the next one. We're excited.
Thank you.
Any other questions to the report? Then let's give another thank you to Secretary Chernow and Director Falea, please. I will now look to call on your Secretary of Records, Shannon Dunfield, who will join us to pitch hit for one of her colleagues in respect to the language education and training portfolios. Secretary Dunfield, please come on up.
And good afternoon. Citizens Representative for District 8, Lac St. Anne, and our Secretary of Education, Training, Language, and Veterans Affairs, Lisa Wolf, unfortunately couldn't be here today due to an emergency. That being said, I would like to share a few words about Lisa to set the tone. Lisa is a proud Métis woman. She is a retired Edmonton police officer for the City of Edmonton and a retired member of the Royal Canadian Air Force. In the past, Lisa has consistently engaged and worked within Indigenous communities to enhance the livelihood and economic status of our Métis families and youth. She has been the Aboriginal Recruitment Officer for the Edmonton Police Service, board member to the C of E and Poverty Commission, and is a role model for Métis youth by participating, volunteering, in bursary scholarship panels for the Inspire Awards and Belcourt-Brosseau Métis Awards. Lisa presented at various schools and universities across Canada about her Métis heritage, life experiences, and successful career with the Edmonton Police Service. Lisa received an Esquire Award for her commitment to her community in 2019. I'm honored to be supporting Lisa by introducing two of her portfolios this evening, starting with the language report. Our languages team is committed to nurturing the Michif languages and cultures of the Métis Nation within Alberta. This is a long-term initiative focused on community engagement, research, and technological innovation, alongside support from language specialists. We aim to address historical injustices, promote self-determination, and reclaim our cultural identity. While our languages team is a new initiative, beginning last fall, they have hit the ground running, developing the Otipemisiwak Métis Government Michif Language Revitalization Plan with core principles and values, guiding the Otipemisiwak Métis Government's language initiative through grassroots community collaboration, respect for all Michif languages, decolonizing our language teachings, and ensuring a sustainable process. These past 6 months have focused on building the language team and their capacity, as well as developing the community connections with elders, knowledge keepers, and community leaders. Before I introduce our language manager, I wanted to share a little story with you guys. When I decided to run for the Otipemisiwak Métis government, I told my mom, I said, I'm gonna run for the Otipemisiwak Métis government, Mom. And she's like, my mom's a Cree language speaker and a Cree language instructor, and she said, my girl, it's Otipemisiwak. So I just looked at her and I said, well, I just Michifed it. Anyway, I got a little slap to the head. It is my pleasure to introduce Mike Parks, the Michif language manager for the Otipemisiwak Métis government. He is responsible for building and leading the Michif language team, developing the revitalization plan, compiling our Michif database, creating Michif family events, collaborating with Rupert's Land Institute on delivering Michif into formal education systems, connecting with our elders and knowledge keepers, and developing a congruency in the Michif messaging from the Otipemisiwak Métis government. Please help me welcome Mike Parks.
Tansi, Kitcha Beru, Pimaik Dishane Kashun. Some of you understood what I just said. Some of you may have thought, that doesn't sound like the Michif that we speak in my community. And others may be wondering, what did he just say? I don't understand that. This, my friends, is the current state of Michif languages across the nation. Revitalizing Michif is a complex and long-term commitment that relies on strong community collaboration and, most importantly, respect for all Michif languages and dialects. We are a diverse people. We have a diverse language. By working together with grassroots language communities, we will preserve and strengthen the rich linguistic and cultural heritage of the Métis people. Our ultimate goal is to ensure that we have the knowledge, technology, and understanding so that one day Michif languages will thrive and continue to thrive for generations to come. Okay. This can only be achieved with the active participation of you, our Métis community. I implore you, please reach out to your district captains and your citizen reps. Let them know what language programming you want to see in your community. Maybe you're a knowledge keeper or a speaker. Perhaps you know a speaker, or maybe you just want to get involved. We want to know, and we do this work through our community leaders. It's our job, the language team's job, to work with all of our community leaders to deliver programs that work for you. I must emphasize that for language revitalization to be a success, it must come from the community up, not from the government down. So again, our job is not to tell you what is the Michif. There is no one Michif, or say that certain programs have to be only this one way. That's not how language revitalization programs will work. Our job is to work with you and figure out what works best for each individual district. What works in Calgary may not work in Slave Lake or Pincher Creek. We want your input. We recognize and respect the diversity of Michif languages and dialects. Our efforts are inclusive of all variations, and we are committed to preserving their unique expressions. One way our team will reach out to all districts is through our cookbook initiative. We started this initiative earlier this year, and we are currently working with a few districts on the first community tea nights. Our plan is to hold these community nights in every district to help build our OMG cookbook, share recipes, and get to know the community in your elders and the Michif dialect that's spoken in your area. This is a 2-year project that will result in a book that teaches you how to cook traditional and new contemporary meals in all 3 Michif languages. So it'd be Michif French, what we consider Southern Heritage Michif, or Northern Cree Michif. This initiative provides a fun way for the language team to engage with your communities and for us to get to know each other. Achieving our goals depends on collaboration with grassroots communities. We prioritize the community in every step, ensuring that revitalization process reflects your needs and aspirations. So we spent the last 6 months building our capacity. I've hired linguists and event planners to guide our documentation efforts and deploy our programming and family events. One thing to keep in mind is that the funding model for languages is completely new. We've never had this opportunity before. I'm sure some of you were in the same spot I was a few years ago. We used to apply for funding to Heritage Canada on a year-by-year basis. This did not allow for future planning. Made it really hard to do proper documentation, which is why there is no, say, official M&A OMG documentation on Michif. Exactly what language is spoken where, how many dialect speakers do we have, all this work needs to be done. Last year, Heritage Canada opened an agreement with all Métis governments for 5-year funding, which means we will get funding every year up until 2028. This is brand new, and it really allows all of us across the nation to really plan ahead and to really collaborate with each other. So we're also committed to decolonizing our methods and ensuring that our revitalization process is sustainable and inclusive for all generations. One aspect that our younger generations struggle with is we all grew up in an English-speaking country and we all think English. And you can't approach the Michif language that way. You can't always ask for a direct one-to-one translation. It's just not the way Michif works. And so that's what I mean by decolonizing our methods. You can't approach it with an English mindset. The more we learn, and including myself here and my team, we learn from our elders, the more we learn Michif, the more we will start to think Michif. And then we can really share the language, teach the language, and embrace Michif. So making our programs sustainable includes ensuring the creation of digital resources for younger generations, but more importantly, fostering family and community events and activities. These allow our people to hear and learn from our knowledge keepers. Michif is also a spiritual language, and you need to hear and see elders speak and have opportunities to use Michif as a community. Michif classes are incredibly important, but without a community or environment to use this language, we will all struggle with remembering what we just learned and struggle in keeping our language alive. So in a few moments, you will hear from Rupert's Land about the incredible work they are doing, and a part of that is bringing Michif into our schools. And it's with great pride that we collaborate to ensure Michif is not just taught, but lived. Our language team's job is to create that supportive community environment where these lessons can flourish in everyday life. Together, we can build a future where our children become fluent speakers, securing our heritage. It is together, hand in hand, that we can build a strong Métis community and a strong Michif language. Merci, and thank you for being here.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Parks. Any questions in respect to the languages report? I don't see anyone sprinting to the mics.
I don't know.
You've stunned them. Go once, go twice. Well, thank you for your presentation, Mr. Parks. I will invite Secretary Dunfield back to the microphone to introduce the Education and Training for RLI. Oh, we do have someone at the mic, microphone number 2.
Hello.
There we go.
I'm Louis Belrose from the Peace River country. High Prairie, Alberta. Grande. I have land in Grande. I'm an interpreter for the Métis Nation of Alberta. I speak Cree, English, and a little bit of French. But I'd like to speak Cree to you. Tanda tota ni eu amigo mataya openamox law. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20. Not very many. But you know what's happening? North of where I live, about 100 miles, they still speak perfect Cree. I mean, unperfect Cree. They mix English and Cree together. We're losing our language up north. Fort Vermilion, the late President Larry DeMille hired me to go with me to Fort Vermilion, to go with him to a meeting. He said, "You got to come and speak Cree for me," the president said. We got to Fort Vermilion. Nobody could speak Cree. They all spoke English. That was 25, 30 years ago. But you know what? We're slowly losing our language. In around High Prairie area, Grande, where I live, hardly any kids speak Cree. They all speak English. So what we got to do? That man that just spoke there, he's looking after Michif. The thing about Michif in Cree is 2 different languages. You go east, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, they speak Michif. They mix it with French in Cree. But there's no Michif up north where we come from. It's only Cree. Inihiawita. Our Cree language is such a humorous language, and there's no swear words in it. People don't realize. I think the worst one is Atemochisk. You're a dog's ass. That's the worst swear word there is. Somebody call you that, That's bad. Atamutsisk. But you know what? It's a humorous language. If you talk Cree, you'll understand what I mean. Everything is a joke. There's lots of humor in it. You speak, you laugh. You see, you walk in a bar. There's a bunch of people in there, French, Ukrainian, they're all speaking their language. And you'll see the Cree table, 4 or 5 guys sitting there talking Cree and just laughing all the time. Them guys that's on French, they're fighting. The Ukrainians, they're fighting. But not Crees. It's just a humorous language. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that, Louis. I do have a rather urgent housekeeping matter. If there's an Alicia Cardinal in the room, if you could make your way to the Child and Family Services room in short order, that would be helpful. Mr. Parks?
Yeah, no, thank you for sharing that. That was beautiful. And you are right. Cree is slowly dying, and so is Michif. We are in an emergency situation. If you think of our elders, I don't like to say this out loud, but 20 years down the road, we're not going to have very few mother tongue speakers left. So the work that needs to be done now, which is part of the reason why I emphasized all the work with the community and why it's so important. And in Michif, in Alberta, we do have a lot of speakers who are Cree speakers, and they self-identify as that, and that is part of our work as well. Sorry if I made it seem like it's Michif exclusively, as Northern Michif and those dialects are predominantly Cree languages and Cree dialects. So again, thank you for sharing, and thank you for emphasizing the importance of the work that we need to do.
Hello? Hello?
Microphone number 2.
I just wanted to make a comment as well on the Michif language a bit. Although the past speaker said there is no Michif in northern Alberta, where I come from, that's Conklin, and we speak Michif there. I believe it's the northern Michif, because there's northern and southern, where we use nouns in French more, where we don't speak like a sentence or anything like that. So, like an example I always use is my grandma, well, our family spoke like this. So if my granny was going to give me, tell me to do something like get the dish rag and wipe the table, this is how she'd say it. Nata lalavet kasiha latab. So 2 French words, 2 Cree words. So that's how we spoke in Conklin, and we still do. We use a lot of French nouns. So I believe that's the way the northern Michif is.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to point that out. I'm the translator out here today. So.
Oh,
Thank
beautiful.
you.
Any more questions or comments to the language report? Mr. Parks, a response?
Thank you for speaking, and to those last 2 speakers and anyone else here who does identify as a speaker, please come talk to us tomorrow at the trade show. We really want to know who you are. We really want to be in touch. And if we can't get in touch while we're here, like I said before, I implore you to get in touch with your community leaders, your citizen reps, and your district captains. We really need to work with you, and we really want to record the Michif, record the languages you're speaking, and do what we can.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Parks. That does conclude the language report. I have another housekeeping item. I turn the floor over to Senior Executive Officer Barner.
All right, this is a different kind of lost and found. I've been at many assemblies, and this is the first time I've announced something that was lost at last year's assembly at Métis Crossing. So if you left your shawl,
Everything about that delivery was exactly how it needed to go, I think. I will invite Secretary Dunfield back to the podium to introduce the Education and Training and Rupert's Land Institute report.
Thank you. On behalf of Lisa Wolf, Secretary Lisa Wolf, I have the pleasure of introducing Tavia Laliberty. She is the Chief Executive Officer of Rupert's Land Institute. Tavia recently joined the Otipemisiwak Métis government family on this past July 2024. She comes to our nation with over 21 years experience in Indigenous education. RLI is the Otipemisiwak Métis government's affiliate responsible for education, training, and research. Please join me in welcoming Tavia.
Tanishi, thank you very much for introducing me. And I just want to acknowledge our knowledge keeper, Spicer, for starting the gathering for us today in a good way. Oh, I was going to try not to yell into this microphone when I got up here. I'm sorry. I also want to thank Citizens Councillor Shannon Dunfield for introducing me, and just want to acknowledge Lisa Wolf, the Citizens Council portfolio holder for Education, Language, Training, and Veterans. I know she couldn't be here this afternoon, but she's been a really strong leader for RLI in the time that I've been here since July. Oh, there is the middle one.
Yes, the middle green button.
Okay, so I have the pleasure of walking you through some of the highlights of Rupert's Land Institute over the past year and just giving you a brief overview of the organization. Rupert's Land Institute was established in 2010, and we're an affiliate of the Métis Nation of Alberta. Of course, the Métis Nation of Alberta has been delivering employment and training programs and services for many decades, but the establishment of Rupert's Land occurred in 2010. And the mandate that has been given to us by the Métis Nation is around education, training, and research. So just to list a few of our affiliate stakeholders, of course, our primary stakeholder is the Otipemisiwak Métis government. We work very closely with the Métis Education Training Standing Committee, that's related to the Métis National Council, and then a number of Government of Canada and Government of Alberta departments, specifically Employment and Social Development Canada, Indigenous Services Canada, and then on the provincial side, the Department of Alberta Education, the Department of Alberta Advanced Education, and then a number of stakeholders within the K-12 system, including the College of Alberta School Superintendents, Alberta Teachers Association, and the Alberta School Boards Association. So the vision for Rupert's Land Institute is a skilled, knowledgeable, and self-reliant Métis nation. Our mission is enhancing the self-sufficiency and well-being of Alberta Métis through quality education, training, and research. Of course, we're an affiliate of the MNA-OMG, and since our creation in 2010, and in support of this vision and mission, we really create programs and services that embrace the principles of labor market self-sufficiency, informed decision-making, strategic partnerships, lifelong learning, and enhanced accountability. And most recently, the priorities that RLI has identified and continues to work on is to strengthen RLI's operations and build optimal capacity for Métis citizen services, to transform the RLI service delivery model and ensure its structures and processes are compatible with the Otipemisiwak Métis government, and lastly, to brand RLI services to maximize access for Métis citizens and its impact in the community. So just some of our program and activity highlights that have occurred over the past year. The first one is sort of the bread and butter of what we do and what we've been doing, and that's education support and training services. RLI has 10 service delivery offices across the nation, 3 mobile units, and Métis student advisors and job coaches. We've also done a number of programs and services in employment, entrepreneurship, and youth-specific programming, including women in micro business, and that was talked about with another affiliate, the partnership that we have. We've delivered virtual job searches and Métis Entrepreneurial Access Program. We have really grown in our Métis student services side, including the creation of a Métis Student Association a Métis Alumni Association, and I was really excited to see a number of hoodies that were here today, a mentorship program, and an internship program. We've also done programming in early learning, training, and professional development for educators. This professional development for teachers, it aligns and supports professional practice standards for educators. We've also delivered programming for early learning practitioner training, so to prepare people and make sure that they're ready to work in the early learning field. And we also have Métis Education Service Agreements with 3 school districts in the province, and that continues to grow. So really trying to make sure that we can support our Métis families through the school divisions that they attend school in. We also have a number of family learning support programs and services, including the Early Learning Preschool Subsidy. We have the ability to provide tutoring for Métis families. We have the Métis Access to Post-Secondary and Further Learning, and we've created authentic Métis education resources that we have developed. And then lastly, and we've seen this on a number of affiliate agendas and initiatives, so I'm glad to see that we're hopefully trying to do our part at RLI. We have prioritized Métis culture and Michif language revitalization. We have established and created 2 courses for the 2 dialects here in the province. We have Michif in the classroom, and this is to prepare K-12 and early learning educators to encourage them and teach them how to use the Michif language in their classrooms. And then we have created a number of authentic language resources that we have developed. I'll also mention that we also have a university level course that we deliver with the U of A in teaching teachers, people who are going into training to learn to be teachers, on how to teach Michif in their classroom. So just some highlights, some achievements over the past year. RLI has dispersed $833,000 under our MEF Métis Scholar Awards, and I know Lisa is going to talk more about some of the activities there. RLI has supported 826 students under the post-secondary education program, and 988 clients have been funded under the Métis Training to Employment program. Yeah. Of course, as everybody else, we have a lovely website that you can access some of our information, but hopefully you don't live too far away from one of our service sites and you can access one of our service centers or have access through one of our 3 mobile units. And I also just want to flag with you, which I forgot to bring up here, the RLI 23-24, just fresh off the press. Annual report to the community is available to you. It is on our website, and we do have a number of copies that are available if you would like a printed copy, and they're out at the RV unit if you've had a chance to go take a peek over there, as well as the strategic plan that's from 2022 to 2027. There's my contact information. Of course, we have a 1888 number, and Marseille, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Laliberty. I see Lewis has another joke to tell us at microphone number 2.
Thank you. My name is Louis Bellows. I created that program that you're running. It was called HRD, Human Resource Development, that time. And me and Willie Littlechild sat together with all the chiefs, Treaty 6, 7, and 8. And I was to speak with the Métis Nation for the Métis Nation for our funding. So Willie spoke first for Treaty 6, 7, and 8. He had 5 degrees from 5 universities, and I went to grade 4. Now I'm going to talk with this guy. It's his turn to speak first. And he says, we're all happy to share these millions of dollars. I think we got 60 million that time, and they got 120. He said, we're glad to share with the ice dancers. Everybody had a good laugh. It's all a joke in our Cree language, eh? So everybody had a good laugh. So now it's my turn to talk. Grade 4. What am I going to say? I thought of something I had read, and I said it. I said, us needy meaty are glad to share with a greedy treaty.
It's a good one.
Thank you for that, Lewis.
It was a joke, but everybody burst out laughing. All the chiefs were phoning me. I beat him. He had 4 degrees in university, and I had grade 4. But yeah, I started that program you're running now. And I'm so glad you guys are doing a good job. And there's one other thing I'd like to tell you. I have a card here. It's worth $10 million. Herb give it to me. He left $10 million in a pot for our kids to go to school. It's called Belcourt Barassa Bursaries. So you know about that?
Yes.
And you guys can tap into it. Just take a picture of the card, you phone the lady up and tell them Lewis sent you. You get $10,000 for rent a year for our kids. So that's a lot of money. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the education and training report? Microphone number 2.
Great report. Name's Ingo Ladisser out of District 19, currently residing in District 11. Just a question on your tuition fee, like it was paid for a 6-week course through the U of A, approximately $6,000, and then we had to claim it as an income. Just wondering why we had to claim it as an income.
So I will do my best to provide that explanation. I actually haven't done it in a long time, so I'm a little bit nervous too. So first of all, this is not tax advice, but it's just the nature of our funding and how it's received from Canada, and that it is required to be identified as an income for those clients who receive it. So that's kind of a really high-level answer, but if you need more specific information, I'm more than happy to do my best to get you a better quality answer than that.
Good. Any other questions to the education report? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Laliberty. I will invite Secretary Dunfield back to the microphone.
I have to say, you guys are pretty amazing. This has been a really long day of reports and sharing. And this is my last one for the afternoon, I promise. I'm getting off the stage after this one. On behalf of the Métis Education Executive, it is my pleasure to introduce Lisa Saville, who is the Senior Executive Officer at Rupert's Land Institute. Lisa, along with Lauren Gladue, has been instrumental in advancing Métis Education Foundation, a nonprofit organization supporting Métis students in post-secondary education. Established in 2006, I am pleased to announce that the Métis Education Foundation now holds an endowment portfolio of approximately $40 million, providing critical scholarships and bursaries to Métis students across Alberta. Lisa's dedication to Métis education ensures that our citizens receive financial assistance in their post-secondary pursuits. Please join me in welcoming Lisa Saville.
Good afternoon, everyone. I guess I'm the last speaker, so I've got a short but very powerful presentation. So our Métis Education Foundation. It was established in 1991 by the Métis Nation of Alberta, which has now transitioned into our Otipemisiwak Métis government. It is a nonprofit charitable foundation with the goal of improving the educational outcome for Métis citizens. We are governed by a board of directors, which comprises the president, Andrea Sandmeyer, Secretary of Treasury, Jason Eckberg, and Secretary of Records, Shannon Dunfield. Our affiliate stakeholders are the Otipemisiwak Métis government, of course, Rupert's Land Institute. We hold 20 post-secondary partnerships in Alberta. We partner with Scotiabank, who holds our endowments, and we are creating a partnership with Inspire to further educational opportunities for Métis citizens. So a little bit about our activities. In 2006, the Métis Nation and Rupert's Land Institute, who at the time was under the M&A as our labor market development program, began negotiating endowments. They negotiated the first endowment with what is now MacEwan University. So $1 million came from the Métis Nation of Alberta, and $1 million came from Grant MacEwan University to create a $2 million endowment. We are now sitting at $40 million. We have 20 post-secondary partnerships, and we have 2 internal endowments. Yeah. Our Métis Education Foundation Board met in 2023 and set some priorities for the next 5 years. And those priorities are to grow the endowment portfolio. We set a goal to grow to 50 million, and as we just announced, we're at 40 million, so we're doing pretty good. We want to maximize funding. We know that Rupert's Land Institute does a lot for our Métis citizens, but it's not enough, so we know we have to grow. We want to strengthen our governance for the Métis Education Foundation. We want to build our administrative capacity. And of course, we want to transition to the Otipemisiwak Métis government as well. So the services that we provide, our endowments create Métis Scholar Awards. So as I mentioned, we have 20 post-secondary partnerships, so we distribute Métis Scholar Awards at 20 post-secondary partners. Those awards range in a value from $1,500 to $20,000. So those are above and beyond the funding that Rupert's Land Institute provides for our citizens. We also have 2 internal endowments. One assists Métis citizens who want to pursue athletic, artistic, or out-of-country pursuits. And we do aim to grow that endowment so that more and more citizens can pursue these kinds of activities. We also have an early learning and childcare endowment, which helps with students who want to pursue studies in early learning and childcare. Our selections for all of our Métis Scholar Awards ensure that we have representation from the Otipemisiwak Métis government so that we are a part of selecting who gets those awards. We ensure that Métis citizens are getting those awards. Last year, the Métis Education Foundation distributed 189 awards, totaling $833,988. Next year, we aim to distribute $1 million. That'll be $1 million over and beyond what Rupert's Land provides to Métis citizens. Just a little fun fact, since the inception of the Métis Scholar Award program, we've dispersed close to $10 million to over 3,000 citizens. And if you have any questions about our endowment program or the Métis Education Foundation, you're more than welcome to contact me. I've got my contact information here. I can be found at Rupert's Land Institute, and I tend to be all over the place. So please, if you have any questions, feel free to come ask me. We also, I brought this up for Tavia as well. Here's our Rupert's Land annual report to the community. We've got it at the RV if anyone wants a copy. And we've also created a Métis Education Foundation annual report to the community as well. And like I said, I was going to be short but powerful. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you for that. Are there any questions to the Métis Education Foundation report? I see someone running.
Where's my friend Lewis? You had
Microphone.
questions for the last two people, like a fellow Hyperion, and you don't have a question for me?
Well, let's go to microphone number 2 and see what that question is.
Hi, I'm Holly. I'm a resident of District 4 in Chestermere, so Southern Alberta region. I'm a student here at the University of Calgary, and so I'm on my second year of my degree. And each year I've gone on to Rupert's Land and been told that the funding is paused. So I currently have about $40,000 worth of student loan debt. And I'm just wondering why the funding is paused if we have $40 million in funds for students.
Well, this is separate than the Rupert's Land funding. So we have an endowment portfolio of 40 million, and our endowment, our scholar awards are dispersed on the interest that is earned from those endowment programs, and they're all held with our post-secondary partners. With respect to the Rupert's Land funding, we've exhausted the funding, which is why it was paused.
So is this the same as the Métis Education Foundation, the MEF funding that I can find information about on Rupert's Land Institute?
You can find information about our Métis Education Foundation on the Rupert's Land Institute as well, website.
'Cause even right now, when I pull it up, it shows an error that all funding has been paused.
For Rupert's Land, not for our Métis Education Foundation. If you were to apply, you can apply for a Métis Scholar Award at the University of Calgary.
Okay, thank you.
Microphone number 1.
Sorry. I have Grant Breton, District 5. I have a curious question.
Sure.
You have funding for endowments and scholarships and things along that line. But I'm wondering if there's been any work or effort to work with the academic world and the provincial government to develop specific programs that have a Métis cultural slant to it, because I'll give you an example. In the medical field, they're short of nurses. In the teaching world in Alberta, they're short of teachers. And somebody mentioned earlier that they're bringing the Métis language into it. So has there been any thought of working with the powers that be to develop fast-track programs for students that are either in school or already have a degree, and fast-track them to these areas where there's shortages of professionals that could help Métis citizens writ large? I know it's a complex question, but I thought I'd just throw it out there for consideration.
No, absolutely. Thank you very much for the question. We actually do. So our Métis Training to Employment Department works really hard at doing research around labor market trends and analysis. So we research what the trends are, where is the demand, where are the jobs, and we create projects. And we do work with our post-secondary partners to create projects specific to the demands in Alberta.
Yeah, so what I guess the frame I'm putting on it is, if there's somebody that's already got a degree, let's say in the arts or history or something, and is it possible to work with the academic world? Because I know some academic facilities across Canada have, if you have those initial credentials, you can get into a 2-year program versus a 4-year program to become a teacher or a nurse. You see what I mean? So some kind of mechanism to, because I know there's a shortage in those 2 areas for sure, and also the trades, for example. So that's sort of the red button I'm trying to push.
You mean like create a specific Métis stream for, I'll just use nursing as an example, to create a special stream? We could explore that with one of our post-secondary partners, like maybe the U of A or something, but sometimes putting on those types of specialized programs cost a lot of dollars, so we want to reach as many Métis citizens as possible, so sometimes it doesn't work out to do projects like that. But we do have projects that we explore from time to time with our post-secondary partners.
But the point I'm trying to make, I guess, it wouldn't be just you doing it. You'd be doing it in conjunction with the province, and they know they need these people, so they throw money at it. The academic world knows they need these people, and the industries know they need these people. So if there's a negotiation and you've got 3 or 4 partners, you could reduce the cost of doing it and create, it doesn't have to be specific, it's just,
We would love to explore those types of options, especially since we've run out of funding this year and we've had to pause funding. So working on something like that is definitely something we would be interested in. We have partnerships with both, like our post-secondary partners and the Alberta government. So yeah, we would definitely can explore things like that.
and I'm sure that...
Grant, I'm going to move to the next speaker. Microphone number 1.
So Lisa, thanks for that great report. You just kind of triggered a piece, because I work in our community in McMurray. We have a bunch of young people wanting to or are applying for schooling and stuff like that, and with Rupert's Land. And we get told the same things. There's no funding, it's been cut off, it's been paused. So this has been going on for some time. It's nothing to do with you, so just so you know, this is just a statement. I get it. But this is a statement about, I'm not even sure how to do this. So I know Lauren has been involved. Now we have a new director. What is it we need to say here that says to the government, really, who funds this, we need more money. We need to continue to support our students, and cutting off, and this is August and there's no money. Like, they gotta continue. Schooling starts in August. The next semester starts in January. What is it we need what is it we need to do here to get that kind of motion moving forward? So I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Brian. We do know we need more money. That's why we're emphasizing the growth of our Métis Education Foundation. It's aside from the Rupert's Land funding, and we know we need more Rupert's Land funding. And we're going to work closely with the Otipemisiwak Métis government to petition to the federal government for more funds so that we can support our Métis citizens. It is something that's on the forefront of our minds, absolutely. What? Oh, there's my friend Louie.
Do you have a follow-up, Brian? Microphone 1, go ahead. Microphone 1.
Okay.
There we go.
So just, if that's the case, my sense is you probably should seek support from our communities, because we're the ones who are bearing, the brunt. Our kids, our young people, or all people want to go to school. So if you need a letter from us to saying, get going, get it done, get some more money, reach out. Like, really, that's what we're all kind of hoping you'll do and want to do. Yeah.
Thank you, Brian. I know how important education is to you. We recently, if you look through our annual report, we recently did an endowment announcement at Keano, and of course, Brian came out to our endowment announcement and just let us know how important our internal endowment was for those students who are pursuing athletic support. So Brian, thank you for your support, and yes, if we do need your support going forward, we will ask you.
Microphone number 2.
Hello, Lisa.
Hello.
I've known Lisa for many years, ever since he started working for the M&A, and also Lauren. And I'd like to thank them 2 people for getting where it's at now. When it first started, me and Willie split that money that time. It wasn't very much money that we got, but it grew to a huge $40 million, like she said, and I think it's wonderful. They're doing a wonderful job. So I'd like to thank them. I haven't met the new leader, but I'd like to meet her someday and introduce myself. The one thing of all these companies I created for the M&A with the Japanese, the Germans, millions and millions of dollars. Bought drilling rigs, bought Smoky Lake, Smoky River, lots of millions. But I wanted you guys to know the secret of my success. When you deal with government, provincial and federal, what you do is you partner with them. If you partner with them, they got to deal with you. So that's the best way to do it. With big companies, they do it, and we do it too. I do it with big companies. Get a partnership with them, you can't lose. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Louis.
Any final questions? Thank you, Ms. Saville. Thank you, Secretary Dunfield.
Thank you.
We did it, you guys. It's the entire agenda almost. How did it feel today? Did it feel good? Less stress? Less combat? Is it good? Good. Before I call the gathering into recess then, I'm going to invite our president to offer some closing for the day one, and once she concludes, we will be in recess.
Well, that was a full day. Thank you guys all for sticking it out. Yeah, that was very full. As our first day together draws to a close, I want to take a moment to reflect on the incredible discussions and insights that we have shared today. Today, we have reaffirmed our unity, our strength, and our commitment to a future that honors our heritage and embraces the promise of tomorrow. I'm grateful for your patience and support as we continue to build our new governance structures. Together, we will continue to learn, grow, and move forward. And each step we take is bringing us closer to our goal, building a government for you, our citizens, that will endure through generations. As I said earlier, this government is not just for today. It is a legacy for our grandchildren and great-grandchildren. We still have a long journey ahead of us with more challenges to face, but we will be able to overcome anything that we face together. The departments you heard from today and that you will be hearing from tomorrow are integral to our progress and the realization of our vision as a government. They demonstrate our commitment to building a strong, inclusive, and sustainable government for the Métis in Alberta. Our announcement today on Healing Waters is one part of that holistic approach to our recovery continuum that will support our citizens on their recovery journey. And I am so excited about that announcement. There's more to be announced on our recovery continuum work, and I look forward to sharing more details as development progresses. I appreciate your support and your patience and belief in our vision, and together we are making history. Thank you for being here today, and thank you for your continued commitment to our shared journey. When you have time, be sure to have a look at some of our Métis-owned and operated businesses tomorrow, as the industry trade show will be on tomorrow. And of course, today, the artisan market, and I'm hoping that lots of you were able to go look in there. Be sure to walk around, see what's available, and support the innovative minds of our community who are making great contributions to the industry economy. Before we call it a night, though we're not calling it a night because we are having a dinner together tonight with lots of visiting and lots of music. We have an open mic. I just want to say again, thank you so much, and I encourage you to all stay. This evening is a wonderful opportunity to relax, enjoy some great food, and listen to our brilliant citizens perform. And a great time to visit, because we as Métis people, we do know how to visit. I'm personally excited to see and hear the incredible talent within our community. I also want to remind people that Métis Education Foundation does have a 50-50 going on, so please participate in that as well. Have a great evening. We'll see you at dinner, I believe is in Hall E. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I declare the Citizens Gathering of the Outaouais Métis government in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Have a wonderful evening.